Good evening and welcome. This is the February 8th, 2023 public hearing of the Land Use Commission. The City Code directs this body to hear applications for map and text amendments, special uses including planned developments, zoning relief, and appeals from decisions of the zoning administrator, as well as to make recommendations regarding the city's long-term planning goals and objectives. Depending on the type of matter, this commission will either make a final determination or send its recommendation to City Council. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Aravallo?
Here.
Commissioner Halleck? Here. Commissioner Hugo? Absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Linwall?
Here.
Commissioner Mudenchev?
Here.
Commissioner Puctel?
Here.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Here.
Chair Rogers?
Present. With 8 members present, we do have a quorum. Also present tonight from city staff, our neighborhood and land use planner Megan Jones, planner Katie Ashbaugh, assistant city attorney Brian George, zoning administrator Melissa Klotz, planning manager Liz Williams, and interim community development director Sarah Flax. This is a formal hearing and there are rules that govern our proceedings. Most importantly, only one person speaks at a time, so all testimony may be accurately recorded. Anyone who wishes to address the commission regarding any matter on tonight's agenda will be able to do so at the appropriate time. Our procedure is to hear from staff on the documents on file and then receive testimony and other evidence from the applicant or appellant. After that, persons wishing to make a statement regarding the matter will have the chance to do so. Any person with a legal interest in property located within the defined notification requirements of the subject property may present evidence, reasonably question witnesses, or seek a continuance of the hearing. When all supporting and opposing testimony and statements have been heard, the applicant or appellant will be given the opportunity for rebuttal or a closing statement. Then the commission will close the record and begin deliberations to consider the standards. The commission will make a formal finding of fact based on the testimony and evidence presented, guided by the standards, the commissioner's knowledge of the community, and the recommendations of staff. All testimony is taken under oath. Although we do not apply the strict rules of evidence, please limit your testimony to the proposal as it relates to the standards contained in the zoning ordinance and the corresponding staff memorandum. When testifying, state your name and address for the record and sign in on the public comment sheet. Our meetings are audio and video recorded. Please make sure that you are at a microphone when asking questions or making statements so that you may be accurately recorded. All proceedings are subject to broadcast at a later date. Any matter not concluded at tonight's hearing will be continued to our next regularly scheduled meeting. We do have several items on the agenda this evening. The first one, I'm just going to take attendance, is 1801, 1805 Church Street, also 1708, 1710 Darrow. Applicant is here. 1811 through 1815 Church Street, also 1708 through 1710 Darrow. 2524 Asbury. Thank you. And the last one is 1420 Leonard Place. I see a hand all the way in the back. At this point, I'm going to ask anybody who feels they may speak to us on any matter on the agenda, on tonight's agenda, please be sworn at this time by raising your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth throughout the course of these proceedings? Thank you. Has everyone had an opportunity to sign up on the sign-up sheets? They were out earlier. We have a few of them. Okay. The first item that we do have on our agenda this evening is the approval of our meeting minutes from January 25th. Has everybody had an opportunity to look through those, and are there any edits or changes that need to be made?
Yes, I have several, or two. First, on the top of page 2, the last, or the first paragraph, next to the last line in that paragraph, that's just a typo. It should be was instead of WQAS. And then the other correction is with respect to 2201 Oakton Street. The third condition, it was kind of a joint condition. It was the applicant prepares a pedestrian plan and an ingress and egress plan related to pedestrian and vehicular safety. It was kind of a double pointed safety plan. And with those corrections, I move approval of the minutes.
Is there a Moved by Lindwall, seconded by Puctel. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the minutes for January 25th, 2023, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain?
Thank you, Ms. Arvalo. Ms. Arvalo has to abstain because she was not present at that meeting. With that, I've had a request that we shift some things around on the agenda. Does somebody want to actually make a motion on that for me?
I'd like to move that we take the two houses first, because I think that they're probably shorter in debate than the Church Street items.
Been moved by Commissioner Halleck to rearrange our agenda, moving new business item A and item B ahead of the old business item A and B. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
It's seconded by Commissioner Westberg. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 It appears the ayes do have it, so we will rearrange our agenda accordingly. Does staff need to make any adjustments? Okay. So let me rearrange my book a bit here. And Ms. Ashbaugh, I believe these are both your projects, is that correct? Yes. So we'll begin with 2524 Asbury. If you would please read that into the record.
Todd Israel, architect and applicant on behalf of Adam Bazark and Caroline Hayashida, property owners, request two major variations to allow a single-story rear addition to a single-family home to be approximately 5 feet 9 inches from the west rear lot line, where a rear yard of 30 feet is required per section 6828A4, and a building lot coverage of approximately 1,380 square feet, or 31.06%, where no more than 1,333 square feet, or 30%, is allowed per section 6827 in the R1 Single Family Residential District. The Land Use Commission is the determining body for this case in accordance with section 63810 of the Evanston Zoning Code and Ordinance 92-0-21.
Thank you. At this point, if the applicant would like to come up to the lectern. Good evening, and if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yep, my name is Todd Israel. I live at 4878 North Sheridan in Chicago. I'm here representing my clients Caroline Hayashida and Adam Bizark, and they live at 2524 Asbury.
Thank you. And if you would please tell us about your project.
It's a single-family house, and we're essentially proposing the removal of an unused, dilapidated rear enclosed porch, and proposing an addition in that location for a small mudroom and kind of an open porch kind of concept back there. The reason we're requesting the rear yard setback is because the requirement is 30 feet. It's an odd-shaped lot, and the existing house is only about 5'9" from the property line. So in order to put the mudroom kind of porch in that area, there'd be no way to do it without any kind of rear yard relief because of the lot size. And then we're requesting a slight increase in the lot coverage, but we're removing an unused brick patio in the backyard. So we're essentially not changing the, excuse me, the impervious surface coverage.
So the addition that you're putting in place, on the drawing that we have, which is, I don't see a label on it other than your name. But there's a drawing that has the existing structure and the new addition, and it's labeled A through G.
Yep. Yeah,
Or A through H, yes, that one.
Yep.
So what are you removing and what are you replacing on that?
So this little kind of hatched area here that says one-story frame addition and the new open porch. What we're removing is it's essentially this F block, and then the new porch that kind of comes off of it is in sort of new space south of it.
And what will the material be that's used for the facade of that?
Well, the existing house is brick on the back. We were probably just going to do siding. It can be a frame addition. It's not visible from anywhere. It's not visible from the side yards or the alley or the street. And there's a lot of dense foliage and another structure immediately to the west on the neighbor's lot.
Okay. Other commissioners have questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Oh, go
Or, I'm sorry, Commissioner Lindwall. I just looked down there.
Just a couple of, just for clarification, on the proposed, or actually the existing plan and the proposed first floor plan,
Yep.
it looks like there's a doorway in the garage, but on the elevations, there's not, the doorway isn't shown. I just wanted to clarify the door is there.
Yeah, I guess that's a
Okay,
misprint on
I
my
mean,
part.
that's.
Yeah, there
you
is
know,
a door
it's-
there.
Okay,
Yep.
there is a door. And then I guess the other question, and again, it doesn't really affect whether or not, my view on the proposed addition is whether or not, there was consideration given to having direct entrance from the garage into the house. Because it
There-
looks like now you have to go out and
Yeah,
around.
there was, and we had a proposal where we did that, and they sort of determined that that it took up a lot of space on the inside of the house.
Right.
And it's a small footprint, and we would have had to have a bunch of stairs, so they were prioritizing kind of
The
bathroom and
bathroom.
mudroom space.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all.
Any other questions from commissioners? Is there anybody from the public who's here to address us on 2524 Asbury? Seeing none. Mr. Israel, is there anything you'd like to say in summation before we close the record and begin deliberation?
To me, it seems sort of an easy project to sort of approve because we're not increasing the impervious surface area. It's improving the functionality of the house, and yeah, I guess that's it.
All right, thank you. With that, we will close the record and begin our deliberation. Based on the discussion or lack thereof, I think most of us are kind of in agreement on things, but in order to approve something, we must find that there are 7 standards for a major variation that we must find are met in order for us to approve anything, and I will walk us through those quickly. The requested variation, number 1, the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. We've seen no one from the neighboring properties show up to say that they feel this would impact them. Also, the addition seems to be kind of hidden away in a corner of the property in such a way that it really will not be noticeable from too many places on the public way, so I believe that standard is met. Number 2, the requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance does encourage people to improve their properties and make them more useful to the way that people are living today. This is an older house, and so I believe that this minor variation, or it's a major variation, but this minor change is in keeping with what the zoning ordinance intends for homeowners to be able to do. Number 3, the alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. Although unfortunately this property is not unique to Evanston, we see many of these properties where a longer property has been divided in 2 on a corner street and a house has been added, therefore placing 2 houses on what should have been a single lot at one point, creating situations in which rear yards do not exist or front yards do not exist sometimes for, or side yards do not exist sometimes for one of the properties. So I believe that standard is met. Number 4, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty as distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were to be carried out. If we were to enforce a 30-foot setback in the rear yard of this particular property, most of the primary structure could not exist under that type of zoning. And therefore, they really are very limited as to what they're able to do at all on this property, so that standard is met. Number 5, the purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income. There's not a plan to build anything that would be rented out or in any way allow the homeowner to make additional money off of this. And it's really just adapting the house that they have to fit in with their lifestyle and make it more usable space. So that standard is met. Number 6, the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. As I mentioned earlier, this was a lot that was probably subdivided many, many years ago, long before anybody who currently owns either one of those lots actually owned those lots. So I believe that standard is met. And number 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among the feasible options identified before the Land Use Commission. I am very glad to see that attention has been paid to trying to minimize any increase in building lot coverage and keeping that minimal and maintaining the impervious lot coverage, because on these small lots, that's where we tend to see things get out of hand. I saw a light go on. Is that light on for?
I just think we should note for the record that the 2 neighbors adjacent to this homeowner did issue letters of support.
Yes.
Which is always a helpful thing.
Yep, thank you. And I'll also just add that, this is one of those situations where we've pushed a house that's on a very small lot into an R1 neighborhood or an R1 district, which also creates some problems in terms of some of the issues people have. But those are my findings of fact. Is everyone in agreement with my findings on the standards?
Yes.
With that, I will ask if there is a motion for approval of 2524 Asbury.
Yeah, I'll move that in the case of 2524 Asbury Avenue, 23 ZMJV-0001, that we grant the major variation for the setback as described in the meeting packet.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Puctel, seconded by Aravalo. Is there any further discussion?
Just to note that there are 2 major variations that were requested, so. But they are in the packet, and that is what's been presented.
All right. Anything else? Hearing nothing else. Can I just do this one on voice vote?
No, I think it's roll call, isn't it? We're determining.
Okay, we'll do a roll call. We used to do voice votes on
Oh.
determining years ago.
Well,
Commissioner Aravalo?
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck? Yes. Commissioner Huco? Oh, he's absent. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall?
yes,
Commissioner Mudinchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Puctel?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
Chair Rogers?
Yes, with a vote of 8 in favor and 0 against, the motion carries, and the relief being sought is granted by this body. You can talk with staff, and they will advise you on how to move forward from this point. Good luck on your project. Thank you. With that, we will move on to the second case, which has been moved forward, which is 1420 Leonard Place. I believe this is Ms. Ashbaugh again.
Yes, this is case 23 ZMJV-0002. David Reed, property owner, requests 4 major variations from the Evanston zoning code to allow for the construction of a new single-family home in the R3 2-family residential district. The variations are as follows: a front yard setback for the principal structure of 7.7 feet, where a minimum front yard setback of 27 feet is required per section 6847A1. A west interior side yard of 3 feet for the principal structure, where a minimum of 5 feet is required per section 6847A3. A west interior side yard of 2.5 feet for the eave or roof overhang, where a minimum of 4.5 feet is required per section 6-4-1-9B1. And a west interior side yard of 3 feet for the air conditioning equipment, where a minimum of 6 feet is required per section 6469. The Land Use Commission is the determining body for this case in accordance with Section 63810 of the Evanston Zoning Code and Ordinance 92-0-21.
Thank you, Ms. Ashbaugh. Mr. Reed, if you would please state your full name and address for the record?
My name is David Reed. I live at 812 Gaffield Place, 3 blocks east of here.
All right, thank you. And if you would please tell us about the project?
Yes. The house I would like to build at 1420 Leonard Place would be for my wife and myself to live in. It would have a master bedroom on the second floor for us and 2 additional bedrooms for when the grandkids visit. It will be as close as possible to passive house standards with insulated walls, ceiling, and slab, solar panels, triple glazed windows, electric heat pump and AC, also a 2-car attached garage with charging station for 2 electric vehicles. All the appliances would be energy efficient electric, and there would be no gas line to the house. The style of the house will be like the others on the block with a front porch and clapboard siding. So that is the overview. And I have a list of issues that I think people have commented on, and I can address those if I can do that.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so number 1, the utility pole. There's a utility pole behind the garage at 1418 Leonard, and that provides the electrical and cable to 1418 Leonard and 1416 Leonard. So should also be able to go to the back of my house as well. Number 2, there's fire hydrant in front. It's 10 feet from the end of the street and 8 feet in from the curb. So it would be about 17 feet from the start of where my driveway would be in front of the house. There is apparently water and sewer already extending in front of 1420. There is 1 medium-sized tree in the middle of the lot that would need to be removed. Otherwise, I'm also able to go around with the driveway and not disturb the existing parkway tree in the front. The garbage truck, because people mentioned that, they're already, I don't know if we can show Katie my diagram of the setbacks and that little diagram of the other houses from above.
It's on page 26 of that section, if you're doing.
I'll need a second to pull up the packet then.
Only 3 more after this. The garbage truck exhibit.
And I can't.
Next one down there.
Oh, yeah, that one. Oop, one up.
No, it's 26.
Oh, sorry.
26.
Never mind.
Keep going.
That's the front of the house, by the way. Oh, there we go. Whoop.
Next one. There.
More. There we go. So right now, I went over there on Wednesday, garbage day, last week, and I just happened to catch the garbage truck. And he goes, so you can see Wesley Place there and Leonard Place dead ending, not, at least on my side, at the end. That would be that's all the way at the end on the south side. There's 1420. That's where my house would be, right there. Right now, the garbage truck comes up the alley, it stops and gets those garbage cans from 2134 Wesley, which are, or actually, there's two garbage cans right there that he picks up. Then he makes a left turn and goes right in front of my house, and then turns and goes up the alley to get the garbage cans over there. So there would be no, all he'd have to do is stop and pick up the garbage cans in front of my house. So that shouldn't really be an issue.
But could we go back and look at where the utility pole is? Because it looks like,
Yeah, there's
Don't
a
know
picture
where
I
along-
took from the back. Not there.
it's there. So it looks like you would have to go somehow along the railroad right-of-way?
I
how
don't
would you
think
get
so.
there?
There's a picture, if you can scroll down those pictures. I took a picture from the alley. And not that one. Keep going. No, not that. Keep going. A little more. There. Oop. Yeah. So that garage is behind, the white one on the left is behind 1418, right next to me. And the electrical line goes to the back of 1418 and to the back of 1416 over the garages. So presumably it could also just go straight over to the back of my house, which would be that way.
So presumably, like a new utility pole would have to be on the corner?
No, I think it could just go from that existing utility pole. You see those, see the one going over to 1418, the cable and electric going over the garage?
Yep.
And then to the right is 1416. My house would be just to the left of that house. So it could just go over the garage to my house.
It would have to go over the
Yeah.
adjacent property.
Yes.
And that? Okay. Okay. Just clarifying that.
Can you tell us more about the history of the property? Like, how long has it been vacant? When did you come to own it?
I bought it a year ago. I think it's been sitting there for many, many years. Nobody's been paying taxes on it, and it went to a tax sale. And I live a few blocks from here. I was taking a walk, and somebody put a sign out in front of it, and so I bought it. And I've been paying, started paying the real estate taxes on it. So
Do you know how long it's been vacant?
I think forever. Somebody could have bought it. I think the neighbor, the person at 1418 probably had the opportunity many times to buy it, but he's just sort of had like a extra yard, which, is nice. But
Commissioner Halleck?
Yeah, I just want to say, I appreciate that you're respecting the side yard setback adjacent to your neighbor. There is no neighbor on the other sides. So I don't see how relevant those setbacks are. But what is relevant to me is the stormwater runoff from the berm. And that doesn't affect your neighbors, but it would affect you. And I'm just wondering if you've had anybody look at that, because that seems...
I went over there in a heavy rain and I looked and I didn't see any water accumulation over there. I guess if I were approved for the footprint, once we got to the blueprint stage, we'd have to do an engineering analysis and, figure out
You
where
obviously
the-
would to get a building permit. I just think this is a significant issue. And would there be a basement in this or not?
Yes.
There would be. A lot of water coming down there. Right now, it dissipates over that whole lot. And you would be obstructing that, obviously, that natural flow and dissipation. So I think it's a significant issue.
Commissioner Westerberg?
My architect's here also, so if there's any other questions, he'll be able to come up and maybe speak to some other things.
I've just a question. talk a little bit about the front setback. Is there a way to reduce that? That's a lot there. Your garage is right up there, pretty close to the sidewalk, and it does look pretty different from the rest of the houses on the street.
Okay, so if we can put back up the diagram of the other setbacks. Okay, so the next one, actually the one of the, yeah, the one more there. So, right, that was my last item. So there's really, in order to get a two-car garage, which I need and which is required, that's really only way I can do it. And Walt can probably speak to that more, but, and as far as the way it will look on the block, if you look, it's kind of all over the place up and down the block. The houses on the other side are even closer. And then the house facing Wesley, a long, large house, is virtually on the sidewalk, up next to the sidewalk. The half of my house will be in line with the three houses next to me. And then the garage part would just kind of bookend at the very end there. So I don't think it's really gonna make a,
No, I get it. And
aesthetically a real.
It's at the end of the block, and I get that. There's just a difference between, a front-facing garage looking out at a community as opposed to a house. And just wondering if there is a way. I mean, I walk by your site, and that's the strangest, tightest lot I've seen for quite some time. So I understand the challenges with it. But I'm wondering if there is a way to compress your plan and bring that garage back.
I mean, if you want to put the floor plan or the site plan, the first floor plan. Yeah, you can go back up, go back up to the second one down from there. So there's the two-car garage. That there's a front porch in the front, so it looks like the others. I'll have a farmhouse style house to look like the other houses. There's an entrance and a great room, and then a small patio in the back, and then an office. And then above, there's 3 bedrooms. So there's really not a way to have a two-car garage any other way, unless somebody has some kind of a idea. I don't think an underground garage would be a good idea.
Just a second, Ms. Ashbaugh had something she wanted to.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. Staff would like to note that the average existing front yard on this particular block on the south side of Leonard Place is 22.83 feet. Other provisions in Section 6-4-19 do allow for minimum required yards to be averaged based on the existing setbacks of the lot. That may not necessarily apply precisely to this lot, but there are other provisions that allow for setbacks to be based on the existing setbacks. So technically, the relief needed is lesser than what has been noticed.
Thank you. Commissioner Lindwall?
Yeah, I think my concern is that a car parked in front of the garage is going to overhang the sidewalk. So being able to push the front setback back even a couple of feet, I think would be helpful. And it looks like, just from the dimensions of your rooms, you've got fairly generous room sizes. They're not tiny. So I think that it would be possible. And then just looking at the drawing, I just want to be clear, because it looks like on the site plan, this drawing, that the building is butting right up against the property line, unless I'm reading this wrong.
Which property line?
The railroad property line, is it not?
I'm 3 feet off. That doesn't really show the tracks.
Ah, okay, got it.
Yeah, I thought it was the property line when I first saw the drawing too.
Just
but-
misreading.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
So the 3-foot setback then goes up to the vertical ascent up to the tracks?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. Actually, you can see it on the other drawing, the site plan drawing, you can see where the setbacks are.
Ms. Ashbell?
Actually, A1, drawing A, could you pull up A1 and then enlarge the plan that's on A1?
Right there,
Because
yeah.
that's the plan that shows.
That
what
shows the
we're asking
setbacks.
Ms. Ashbell, please.
Thank you, Chair. The site plan is actually not required to provide a compliant parking stall in front of the home. It's actually prohibited to park in front of your home. So the required parking stalls, the 2 stalls are, as proposed, are compliant in size and allowed to be contained within the principal structure. So technically, if anyone on the block is parking in front of their home in the driveway, that's not permitted.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, do you have anything else that you'd like to speak to at this moment?
I think that's pretty much it. I mean, can we see the pictures of the block to kind of get a feel for the streetscapes, so to speak? I really like this. Yeah, this is these ones. Yeah, these pictures. So that's the lot. You can see the fire hydrant and the one tree in the parkway. So that's the house next door. That's down the street. The sidewalk would extend then, but just up to my driveway. But not too many people are going to be walking up the hill. And also, by the way, this is the first house I bought in Evanston in 1997, which just happens to be coincidentally right across the street from my house, and I rehabbed that 25 years ago. So that gives you an example of, I did the whole roof over, sided it, kept the porch. So I've done a number of houses in Park Ridge over the years where I rehabbed old houses, so I have a feel for keeping the same aesthetic over there. That's the opposite side of the street. You can see some of the other houses that are kind of even less of a setback than my own. So I don't think it would.
If you could go back to the first picture just for a second for me. I want to talk about the tree that's coming down. Is that the large pine tree?
No, I think I can keep that one and just trim some of the branches. That's off
Is
very
it the-
close to the
Is it the
side.
smaller, shorter one then that's pictured between the parkway tree and the pine tree?
Yes. Well, the parkway tree would stay. There, you can just barely see a tree in the middle of the lot there, to the left of the pine tree. That one's kind of in the middle of the lot. That would have to come down.
Okay.
Otherwise, I can put the driveway right between.
And a quick question, does the berm actually begin on your property or does it all begin off your property?
It all begins off my
Okay,
property.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
It goes a pretty good slope.
Yeah, I just didn't know how much, if it swept down into your property or not. At this point, I have several people who have signed up to speak, so I'd like to hear from the neighbors, and you'll have a chance to come back up, Mr. Reed, and respond to anything that's said. The first person that I have signed up is, and if I ruin your name, I apologize in advance, Indre Rakauskas.
Thank you. I live in the house across the street that David Reed just pointed out. But so I just don't think the Metra is a typical neighbor. When you say you don't have a neighbor on the west side, I just really disagree. I think the Metra is a huge neighbor. They have incredible roles. I've been reading through their guidelines and suggestions for railways that are AREMA, A-R-E-M-A, and then I've been reading like the guidelines that the actual Union Pacific Railway has for any construction within so many feet of its berm. You know, its biggest things that it wants to protect is drainage, to protect the integrity of the berm, right of way, and the integrity of the embankment itself, which we can probably all remember the Skokie Swift when it was undermined in 2015 by this Walsh company, which is a huge company, digging for the Metropolitan Water District, and the Skokie line embankment just fell out from under the tracks, and it was a good thing the operator noticed, or else the train would have gone off the track. So now I live right there, and across the street, 1418 lives right there, and we are the closest homes to the Metro on the entire North Line. There is a development from Diversey, which is 2800 to 3000 North, which is Wellington in Chicago, that abuts the Metro track. But everywhere else, there's a good right-of-way for the Metro and for drainage and for, you know, integrity of the embankment. It just goes all the way up to Wisconsin, but we all know the Green Bray Trail is there, so a lot of that isn't so residential. But this particular block, and I think it's really this particular block, that particular lot has been taking drainage from the Metro since 1855, when the very first train went up this line to Waukegan. So that's why no one's ever built on it. And I thought maybe our houses and our foundations preceded 1855, and the Metro just cut through it at the crazy angles that we have on our yards. But our houses come after 1855, and they've done well. They're standing. My home is from the late 1800s, and it's standing. It rattles like heck. I mean, Central, it's a busy line. When the Central station, like 2 trains cross each other invariably twice a day, going to Central and coming from Central. It is very noticeable. Not to say that no one should ever buy my home in the future, because I really like my home, but I live with it. I don't know. And I really, really want assurance from the elephant in the room, which is the Metro, the Union Pacific Railway, that some developer coming in and digging an 8-foot foundation 36 inches from their berm with no distinct plan for how to deal with drainage, that's okay in the one lot. So this house at 1420 will essentially be the closest structure ever built on this railway line, ever, since 1855. 36 inches is pretty dang close for an 8-foot foundation. You put the crane in there, you dig it out, and you have to retain it. All the specifications on this railway construction guidance outline says that this has to be not ordinary retaining structure until you get your foundation built. And then when you get your foundation built, it's no ordinary concrete. It has to withstand so many more amounts of upheaval. You know, we're going to have vibration on this while it's waiting for construction. So many times a day the train goes by, 36 inches from where this guy's digging. So I'm just saying the Metro is the elephant in the room to me. Like, we can all talk about the variance, and I disagree with the front variance. Of course, I'm going to be looking at it, but that garage is going to be right in front. His picture he has up there is not really to scale, because he's got it looking like it's about 10 or 11 feet from his property line, but it's more 7. So the garage outcrop is larger than his picture looks, because the front of the neighbor's home is 20 feet. So I'm just mentioning that. It really will be, look down the street, you see a garage wall, but all of that stuff. Oh, and I don't agree with the garbage being in front, because I've lived there for 20 years, and rodents, oh my God, rodents. This is their natural home. This is where they live. Wildlife lives in the Metro. It's teeming with wildlife. To put a luscious home 36 inches from where they live, holy moly, I can't even imagine the garbage that will be strewn all over the front on a weekly basis, like it is in the alley. But in the alley, it has many garbage cans to choose from. In the front, it'll be one garbage can, out of which will come chicken bones and pizza and bread and all sorts of other things that they redistribute every night in the alley on a regular basis. But we live there. We who live there, we clean it up. We keep the alley looking nice. It's decent. But the raccoons, and raccoons, they've dug holes in my roof. I like having my landscape, so I know I'm encouraging them to some degree, but I have dogs, so that discourages them to some degree. But every year I fight the rodents. I can't even imagine putting a vibrating home 36 inches from the metro. I mean, for future use, I really worry for the people who will live in this house in the future, that they won't know that they're buying into something that to maintain integrity is probably going to take more dollars than they think.
All right.
But besides that, the Metra is my safety concern. If the Metra were to come down here and bless it, then I'd say, okay, it's just these visual issues. But I don't think this committee can rule on a variance on behalf of the Metra when they have very strict guidelines for construction anywhere near their berm. It has to be inputted in. I truly, living there as the train, if it fell off the tracks, would come right into my home, would be so reassured by this. If
All right.
the Metra, if you did not pass judgment on this until the Metra had a thorough investigation of the plan, the plot, the right-of-way, the drainage. I just feel like this is asking for trouble, not the year after, but years and years after. It's going to look back and they're going to say, well, they just let them dig there, and it could
All
be
right.
a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple other people, I think, who have signed up, but they didn't list what case they were signing up, but they're on Leonard Place, so I'm guessing Michael Hannibal? Yep.
Michael Honeyball, 1411 Leonard Place. I just wanted to bring up two things. So firstly, you know, I echo the concerns about the Metra. You know, it is a just absolutely thunderous experience twice a day, and, you know, you really feel, we're sort of halfway down the street. And so definitely, you know, we can definitely vouch for that. The other thing I just wanted to mention was that there were some hand-drawn images depicting the street, representing where various properties on the street ended. As someone who lives apparently at a very, you know, sort of abrupt forward setback relative to that drawing, I mean, that's definitely not what we experience every day. And I would just implore you to just, you know, we really need some more accurate representations of what the street actually looks like. Because that really was quite a dramatic, I think, over-representation of how there is some variance in the setbacks in the street. So I just wanted to say those are the two, you know, key concerns that I have.
Jessica Wild? Okay. Karen Healy Stover?
Hi, I'm Karen Ely Stover, and I live at 1418 Leonard Place, so immediately adjacent to this property, and my husband and I have lived there for 35 years. We lovingly call 1420 Lake Leonard because of the water that pools in. I could have brought photos, but my husband and I tease it's our lake house. We certainly understand why the applicant needs to apply for variations, as we never imagined anybody could build on this substandard lot. The applicant's request for variations, the issue of the front setback from 27 feet to 7.7 feet. We also question the calculations of the rear yard setback. Measuring the distance from the point of the triangle of this odd-shaped lot to the rear of the house does not meet the intent of the rear setback and should require approval of a variation as well. I do not believe you can meet the standards for approval of the front yard variation, specifically number 1, 2, and 7. Let me explain. Standard 1. The requested variation will have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties because visually it will protrude far beyond other houses on the street, especially on our side of the street. It will also block light to the adjacent property and cast a shadow on the house across the street. Standard number 2. The requested variation is not in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance because the purpose of an R3 district is to provide for infill development. That preserves the physical character of the neighborhood. And the protrusion of the structure so far into the front yard setback interrupts the physical character of the neighborhood. Standard number 7, the required variation does not require the least deviation from the applicable regulation amongst feasible options. Granted, the house may need to be reduced in size, but again, this is not a standard lot, and there should not be the expectation that a typical in size of others on the street can be built. Additionally, the assumed rear yard setback is non-existent, and I believe calculated incorrectly. It will have a significantly adverse impact on the use and enjoyment of our property. You may be encouraged to support a project that promotes electrical vehicles and solar energy, but you are reviewing a request for setback variations, and these have not been approved. These features are incorporated in the plans presented for a building permit. I didn't say that right. The features that he's talking about with the electric charging stations and the solar panels would need to be in the building permit, and there's no way to say that that's what's going to happen. And I'd like you to please deny the variation request. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenya Reyes? Okay. I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong address there. I was reading the wrong address. That's everyone I had signed up to speak on Leonard Place. Did I miss anyone? Actually, no, I've taken your testimony, so thank you. Mr. Reed, if you'd like to come up and say anything in summation.
I guess the only thing I would say is, as far as noise goes, I think the idea of having a really insulated house people build houses in New York City, but having a really insulated house, it'll be interesting to me to see, that should mitigate the noise issue for us. That's what we're thinking. Other than that, I understand the neighbors probably don't want to have construction in their street. I try to make it as minimal as possible. I was going to keep my own house and rent it out, and then possibly my children would move in. This is just for my wife and myself, and we hope to get it done and move in by September. I think we can keep it, as there's plenty of room for all the materials and stuff like that. So I try to be as good a neighbor as I could, but anyways, I understand everybody's concerns. And as far as the being close to the tracks, we are set back off. I'm sure, I know in the building process, or the building permit application, we would have to deal with all the engineering aspects and stuff like that. So if we had to, if we couldn't do it at that point, that would be up to the plan examiners and whoever approves the building permits and stuff. But, so I guess that's it. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask an additional question?
Yes.
Sir, I have suggestions that can, let's say, answer to some of the questions raised. Will it be agreeable to give up the basement? because I agree with my colleague, Commissioner Halleck, that this is an additional hurdle usually with rainwater.
I mean, that's possibly, yeah, I mean, what would be the process for determining if?
It has nothing to do currently with the variance, setbacks, and all these things, but we're concerned when we're reviewing such projects with all aspects of the future of this building and all the neighbors. And one of the issues that we have here with the berth is the rainwater. Currently, it may not be an issue, as you mentioned, but if you put a basement, it is an issue. So I would suggest that you make this compromise. The other thing is, if we can go back to the elevations, can we go back? To the front facade, the front elevation in the architectural project? Yes, the portion that is above the garage, it has a gable roof that increases the impression of a kind of a overwhelming the street. Can you make this roof, instead of gable, just roof that slopes to the street so that you reduce the impression of the height exactly at this point, which is a common question from your neighbors?
Walt? Yeah, you can do that.
Well,
my architect's back here.
I will
so-
tell you that it is possible. It's up to you to
Yeah, I think
decide
we could
with
do
your
that.
architect,
Mhm.
and it will be visually better.
Yeah, I think that would be reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Assistant City Attorney George.
Hi. Just from chatting briefly with staff, it's been brought to my attention that a lot of the discussion around the flooding and the, whether there's going to be a basement or not is outside of the scope of the relief that's being requested here. And I think whether a basement will be included or not has to go through WMRD, and there's a lot going on here that's outside of the scope of what we have in front of us today. And staff can feel free to correct me if I'm misstating.
I would agree with the general finding on that. I would say, though, that we do have some concern because part of our standards is the impact on neighboring properties. And so the concern that I would like to limit us to is, are we moving water somewhere else? And not necessarily what's happening with the water here, but is it moving to a different property because of something we're allowing here?
Chair Rogers, respectfully, the city engineers do review where water will go during the building permit phase. They would do this whether this would be required by right. They would make sure it's diverted to the public right-of-way into the storm sewer or any self-contained water because it's prohibited from flowing onto other private property.
Correct, but that's part of the calculus that we look at as well. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Is there anything you'd like to say that we didn't hit on?
I think that's it.
All right, thank you. With that, we will close the record and begin our deliberation. Again, this is a major variation on which we are determining body. Commissioner Halleck.
Yeah, given the unusual nature of the site, shape of the site, location of the site, location at the end of the block, the other buildings across the street and on this side of the street, I personally don't have any objection to the setback issues. So if our purview is confined to that, then I don't have any objections. But excuse me, I'm just going to expound on this other issue. I do think that I don't know whether the building department checks with Metra, but that I would, in our whatever recommendation we come up with, I would strongly suggest that be the case, and look very, very closely at this water issue, because even if the water can be theoretically drained to other areas, I still think that this house has a good chance of having water problems, big time. So.
Other thoughts from other commissioners? Commissioner Westerberg?
I do still have a problem with the front setback, but I do understand the setbacks on that block vary a great deal. This is simply the only one that will have a double-car garage facing the other neighbors, which seems a little intrusive, but I understand the lot does not allow for a great deal of variation there. I still feel that getting that house a little smaller would be helpful, and even recapturing a few feet would be helpful for the neighbors. I do want to say that constructing that house is going to be quite an interesting puzzle, and I would recommend, if this goes forward, that a construction and staging plan be developed by the applicant and shared with the neighbors. That's not going to be an easy job at all, and making sure that they don't suffer any other issues with rain or rodents coming in as the site is disturbed will be important.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? I'll just say, my general thoughts on this are, this is an odd lot. This is a lot that probably sat and people thought somebody else owned it. For many years, we've had a few of these in the city of Evanston. I think it was about 2 years ago, the city came up with a plan for small houses. And this to me seems like a lot where a small house would make a lot of sense. But that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing basically a moderate-sized house placed on a small lot. I do have some issues with the setbacks, particularly the front yard setback, bringing it so far forward. And that's my biggest issue with it. Commissioner Lindwall, did you?
Yeah, I actually looked at the efficiency home standards, and
That's what we called it, yeah.
And they would not apply to this particular lot because it still requires a 27-foot front setback. But I think that there are some things that could be done, from a design standpoint in terms of a nicer looking garage door, something more decorative. They certainly make them, and I think Commissioner Marichev's suggestion about looking at how the, design treatments to minimize the impact of being that far forward on the lot. And I think even, shrinking the width of the house a foot or two so that the garage could be set back another foot or two would be helpful. But again, our task is, the variations requested really relate just to the, the front and side yard setbacks. And I'm not as, given the location against the Metro, Metrotrax, where the garage door would be protruding. I mean, they're really, it's not like it was in the middle of a block. So I'm not as concerned, but I think that the dealing with Union Pacific and again, that's more a matter of permit and the analysis during the more intensive design phase is something that really ought to be carefully considered both by the city and the applicant.
All right.
Yeah, I'm usually in favor of trying to find creative solutions to difficult lots, which this one is. The idea of ADUs crossed my mind as well. But this, at the end of the day, this feels like an excessive amount of variations to try to request to make this work. And we're just making too many compromises to try to make a moderate house fit in a place where it really seems to not belong. I think the front setback is obtrusive relative to the other neighbors in the block, and there's probably better uses for this space that aren't residential.
Thank you. I'm going to clarify with staff. Is it is this a full 27-foot front yard? No, but for this particular property?
No, that was an error within the notice.
Okay, I wanted to make sure, because I didn't think it was. So what is the required setback that would be?
22.83 feet.
Okay, so it comes forward about 5 feet from where they are. Okay, thank you. Anything else before I go through standards? Feel free to chime in, because I have the feeling we will have disagreement in some of the standards. The first standard being the requested variation will not have a substantial adverse impact on the use, enjoyment, or property values of adjoining properties. We have heard some testimony from some neighbors that they are concerned about the impact that having this particular property built would have on their neighborhood or on their individual properties. It's always tricky, because anytime an empty lot is developed, there's going to be changes, and some neighbors do not like those changes. And the thing that I'm weighing here is the use of the word substantial. I do think it will have an impact. I don't know that it'll be substantial, but I do have a problem with the front yard setback, but I'm going to address that elsewhere. Any other thoughts on that standard?
I think it's met.
Okay, thank you. Number 2, the requested variation is in keeping with the intent of the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance does encourage the development of empty lots. This is an empty lot. We don't like to have empty lots just sitting around doing nothing. Obviously, we like to develop those, because then the city is able to generate income off of those through property taxes. And so I believe that the intent of the zoning ordinance is met, because we are seeking to develop empty lots. Number 3, the alleged hardship or practical difficulty is peculiar to the property. I don't think there's any argument here. This is a very, very peculiar lot. It's a full-on triangle, which sometimes we get properties that are rectangular with a little section of it cut out or something like that. But anything along any of the railroads, we discovered is very creates some very peculiar properties in the city of Evanston. So that one is met. Number 4, the property owner would suffer a particular hardship or practical difficulty is distinguished from a mere inconvenience if the strict letter of the regulations were to be carried out. We've heard that we're looking at a roughly 22-foot front yard setback here, based on the average of the other homes along the block. I believe that a house could be built here. It would be a small house, but I believe it's a house that could be built, and this property could be developed. However, I don't feel this is the right house for this property. I don't feel that standard is met, but I have the feeling that some other commissioners do.
Should I say why? I think
Yeah,
that this is, I would say that it's met because it's not only a special lot, but it's at the end of the street. And I think that to me, says that there could be an exception to that front yard setback. So,
All right, thank you. The purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to extract additional income. The applicant is planning on building this home for himself and his wife, and to invite their grandchildren over. So I believe that standard is met, because they're not building a rental property or anything along those lines. So standard number 5 is met. Number 6, the alleged difficulty or hardship has not been created by any person having an interest in the property. I believe this standard is met. The lot creates the issue. I don't think this particular person has created the issue, so that standard, in my opinion, is met. And number 7, the requested variation requires the least deviation from the applicable regulation among the feasible options identified before the Land Use Commission. This one I don't feel is met. Again, I think this is too large of a house for a very unique and small lot in the city of Evanston. So I will be voting no on that particular standard as well. But I'm sure, again, some commissioners will have differing opinions on that. At this point, I normally ask if everybody agrees, but I know that's not the case. Is there anything anybody would like to say before we do the voting in support of any of the standards that I did not find were met? If not, I will ask if there is a motion for approval of 1420 Leonard Place. Again, we always make motions in the affirmative. So if that's the case, if someone would like to make the motion, please.
Sure. I move approval of the requested setback variations for 1420 Leonard Place, 23 ZMJV-0002.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been-
Can this issue of the Metra and the drainage and that, how can we put that as part of our, not our vote, but our recommendation?
I think that's one of the conditions, and it's one that should be met by the city staff just in their due diligence of creating any sort of a building permit. I was going to ask if there were any other conditions. I heard somebody mention something about a garage door, maybe not being just a slab door or something, but I don't know if somebody wants to make a condition on that. So anybody who wants to make conditions, this is the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I would like to add those three, I guess. First condition that the building department pay specific attention to the drainage of this site. And secondly, that they verify that that Metra is in agreement with the location of the west wall on this project. And thirdly, that the garage door be something other than standard that is more aesthetically appealing.
All right.
I would suggest a fourth of having a very detailed construction plan be developed for this specific location.
All right. I know the attorney wants to weigh in on this.
I think that the second condition might be quite outside the scope of.
And that one being, remind me again?
The one with Metra? Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're another governmental body, and we can't impose things on them.
Actually, it's
unless-
not Metra, it's Union Pacific,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they're private.
Right, that's true.
I think you said everything I was going to say, so thank you, Chair.
All right, so the conditions would be paying particular attention to drainage issues by our engineers when a plan is being put through permit. There was one on the construction plan being developed. I think that's a reasonable one to impact, because that would have impact on neighbors. And then the garage door
More aesthetically pleasing
being a more
garage.
aesthetically pleasing garage door. With that, I will ask if we can take a roll call vote, please.
Are we voting, and I accept those conditions, by the way, to my motion.
Commissioner Aravallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck? Commissioner Johnson? Yes. Commissioner Linwall?
No.
Commissioner Merdinchev?
Yes.
Commissioner Puctel?
No.
Commissioner Westerberg?
No.
And Chair Rogers?
I'm going to vote no, which is going to force us into a tie, which means that we will, since we are the determining body, we must have five concurring votes one way or the other. So this matter will be continued with a vote held open until Commissioner Huco can come and cast his vote. There will be no additional testimony taken because the vote is open. So at the next meeting that he attends, he will be asked to cast his vote on this particular matter, and that will be the closing of the vote and the finalization of that. So there is no resolution to this particular case at this moment. So everything will be on hold until Commissioner Huco is able to vote. That wraps up those two cases. So now we'll move on to the major cases of this evening. We have two cases that are kind of tied in hand. These cases were brought before this commission back in January. There was a request for a continuance, which was granted. And so before we move into everything, I'm going to ask the applicant if they would come up and just kind of remind us of their project briefly, and of anything that has transpired in the meantime. I will also say that I know a number of people have signed up. I will ask you to keep your comments limited to the matter at hand, and if you spoke at the last meeting, please do not get up and just kind of rehash the exact same points. We've got those in the record, we're aware of those, but you can get up and say, I spoke at the last meeting. Please remember that these were the points I brought up, but don't go into a long litany, please. So with that, Pastor Wilson and Mr. Koenig, you are before us again. If you could just kind of remind us of the proposal that you have.
Chair Rogers, may
Yes.
I make my
Yes.
disclosure? I have to disclose that my company was one of the previous owners of 1817 church that was sold, I believe, a couple of years ago. So just to let everyone know.
So that's not the subject property or the property next door? And you are no longer an owner. Okay, thank you. Mr. Koenig?
Yes, my name is Pastor Clifford Wilson. I am the senior pastor of Mount Pisgah Ministry. We've been at 1811, 1813, 15 Church Street for nearly 40 years in the community. Our church has been there serving in the community, serving the community. And we want to continue to do the work that we've been doing, but just in a new facility.
I'm Richard Koenig. I'm the Executive Director of Housing Opportunity Development Corporation. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that develops and manages affordable housing throughout the northern suburbs. The proposal that we have before you today is, as you mentioned, intimately tied together. The city owns the lot at 1801, 1805 Church Street and 1708, 1710 Darrow, and issued a request for qualifications back in January of 2020. And Mount Pisgah Ministries and HODC were the only two organizations that applied to develop that parcel. We agreed to work together with Mount Pisgah Ministries and HODC to develop a project that would be a mixed-use project that would include not only the corner lot owned by the city of Evanston, but also the lot owned by Mount Pisgah Ministries for the past 40 or so years. The overall proposal, just in brief summary, which you have information in your packet, the proposal is to build two separate properties where we can go through more details about how we're going to divide up the parcels and that, but essentially we're looking to develop a new church on the corner of Church and Darrow and a new mixed-use building in the middle of the block that would currently be built on the side of Mount Pisgah Ministries plus some of the corner lot to build a 5-story building that would include a mix of retail on the first floor and 4 stories of apartments above. The special thing about those 4 stories of rental units was that they'd all be affordable. They would all meet the city's affordability requirement. All the households who would qualify to live there would be lower income households that earn less than 60% of their median income. The rents would all be below market. The way that we're able to do that, we are requesting a mix of units to be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. So we're not meeting the affordability requirement just by making smaller units, by making studio apartments. We're actually building large units for families with children, for families that are reproductive members of the community, and so the part of the reason that we need the size that we're looking at is that we're building large units to meet families. We're building large units that would qualify, that would be useful for families that would be living there. So we can go any level of detail that you want to with more information about the proposal. We provide a lot of information. We have a lot of other information, but the quick follow-up from what happened a month ago is that we did, Pastor Wilson and Councilmember Burns and I met with Ms. Jackson, who is one of the representatives from the neighbor next door. We did meet on Monday, January the 30th, and went over our proposal. We explained what we were proposing and answered a lot of questions. If you'd like me to go into some of the detail about some of the issues we covered, happy to do that, but that's basically where we are right now.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask you to sit down. I'm going to ask Ms. Jackson to please come up. And if you could please
evening.
state your name again for the record.
Erin Jackson, I'm one of the principals of Jackson LLP. We're a tenant next door.
Thank you. You had requested the continuance to gain additional information. And
Yes.
I would just like to hear what you have learned.
So the building is owned in Crosby Theodore LLC, and we actually have counsel here tonight for the building ownership. So I am one of the principals of the law firm that's the tenant, but I don't want to sort of, for the two of us to step over each other.
Okay.
In deference to your time. So.
Okay.
I don't know what the most productive approach is towards both of us talking and not wasting your time, but I would say that I didn't find the meeting, I was anticipating a public meeting. This was the first, as I shared at the last meeting, this was sort of the first we were hearing about this. We were playing catch up, learning about things, and I didn't find the meeting that Councilmember Burns coordinated to be incredibly productive, not because it wasn't thoughtful of him to do so, but because we had sort of only been about 2 weeks into reviewing all of this, and Mr. Koenig sort of approached it. I felt as if it was what did we want? Did we want some parking spots? Would that sort of placate what we wanted? And we were very much looking forward to and it was organized by a council member. I thought he would sort of lead the meeting. He did not. So it was sort of, I didn't have the agenda or call the meeting. It just wasn't exactly oriented the way that I anticipated. So, and we're not looking for some concessions. We have broader concerns that are raised in the lengthy documents that you all received. We have broader and much more comprehensive concerns than sort of why couldn't this building be built this size instead of this size? Well, affordable housing, we need affordable housing, which is something that, as I voiced before, we're all in agreement on. But I don't think that any one public policy concern can dictate everything that happens in every other corner of city government. And I also, as me and my team have talked about, so I came to Evanston. I'll be brief, I promise. I'm a lawyer, but I promise I can do it. I came to Evanston in 2014 with my husband. We were newlyweds, and we came here because we were living in New Mexico and I needed medical care. I was wheelchair bound at the time, and I was 50 pounds lighter and chronically ill. And we came here because Evanston Hospital is phenomenal. And I benefited from the health and the professionals at Evanston Hospital. And as I recovered, I went and worked at another law firm. And it is an excruciating profession in which to try to make a physical recovery. And it just wasn't congruent with being a healthy person as well. My husband and I, we met before law school. We went together. We founded our own law firm here in Evanston when we lived in a basement apartment. And we had $39 in our bank account when we moved here. I was sick much of pre-Obamacare. We had $50,000 in medical debt to pay off. We did it. We moved from our basement apartment to a one-bedroom apartment, and now we have a two-bedroom home, and we had a daughter last year. And we built a law firm that is my other baby. It's an environment in which my husband and one other gentleman are the only male employees. There's, I believe, 17 women employed there. Over half of us live in Evanston. We financially incentivize people to move to Evanston, so some of our employees do, and we bonus them for doing so. We assist with moving costs. We incentivize people to live a 20-minute walk from the office if possible. Many of us walk to work. Many of us are raising our families in this community. We, too, are members of this community. We have incentivized work-life balance. We close at noon on Fridays in the summer. We have bridal showers and baby showers and charity events and neighborhood events in our courtyard that is gorgeous. And we have lovingly dumped all of our savings into rehabilitating this building and creating more offices and really fostering an environment in which it's one where people get to be a lawyer, but they also get to work 40 hours a week. And it's okay if it's a diverse group of people, both in terms of disabilities, gender, race, background, everything. And it's something we're so proud of in this building's history. And the fact that it really is in our community is something that we really treasure. And so that's why we bring feeling to it. That's why we bring such concern and consideration, and why we've worked so hard to both understand this, but also really understand it in the fabric of the community that surrounds the building, because we are new. We've been on the block a few years. But we've been in Evanston longer than that, and my health has been fostered in this community, our business has been fostered in this community, and we feel really grateful to be a part of it, and we want that to continue, and for what we've poured into that building to continue to be enjoyed. So I wanted to share that just as context in terms of, as you hear what neighbors have to say. We love coming to work, and we love the building that we call home. So, but I will defer to my attorney as promised.
Thank you. Counselor? Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Haley Guyan, and I am here speaking on behalf of Crosby Theodore LLC. I live on 2025 Sherman Avenue here in Evanston. So as Aaron shared, I'm speaking in conjunction or to supplement written testimony each of you should have received prior to this hearing. I trust that each of you received that or have had a chance to review it.
We did receive it. I will admit receiving a 70-page document on day of is very hard for many of us to review because we are volunteers. So I'm going to ask you if you could sort of take us quickly through the document. I've skimmed it, but I have not read it in detail.
Okay, I will, what I had planned to do was sort of provide a high-level overview of the high points of the written testimony. I would implore the commissioners to take the time they need to read the submission, because the written testimony provides the full scope of our arguments, and this we don't have time to go over the 70-page document.
Can I clarify something? We have two cases, and I know they're connected, but we're reviewing them separately, correct?
No,
We're
that's
going to
not our
vote on them separately?
We have to vote on them separately, but we are reviewing them together because they are very closely.
Ma'am, so you're addressing, and I did also read this, maybe not every word, but you're addressing the housing part of it.
Correct. For this hearing, correct.
Not the church.
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yep, that's correct. So again, I'll request, we did our best to submit it with ample time for the commission to consider, but if you need more time to make a finding of fact by taking the time you need to read the materials, I would request the commission to do so. So again, I'll reiterate, we are not restating what we've discussed previously. As Aaron mentioned, since we've last met, we've learned some things about the position of HODC, and our view is that it is immovable and neglects to, and we think lacks sensitivity to the needs and concerns of local residents in the community, as well as the owner of 1817 Church Street, who has a legal interest in this proposal as an adjoining property owner. We want to take this opportunity to highlight those concerns, and then we do have outstanding questions for the applicant that, with the commissioner's permission, we'd like to ask. So in sum, a lot of these requests, as we view them, are extreme for the major variations, and many are created by the applicant themselves. Clearly, they're working together, HODC and Mount Pisgah. There's 5 parcels at issue. It's certainly possible, and there are feasible alternatives for them to consider those parcels in a different way, to be mapped out in a different way, such that the setbacks, the impervious surface area, and the loading dock, and certainly the height could be adjusted so that the commission is not in a position to opine on, to quote the testimony of Carla Sutton previously, of the avoidable and disheartening dilemma as to whether affordable housing fits the character of the community. Again, we reiterate our support of affordable housing in the community, and we think it's a bit misguided to assume that the puzzle of whether a variation should be granted in order to grant affordable housing in Evanston has to be forced upon you. We don't think that's necessarily something that needs to happen. Number one, there's definitely a substantial adverse impact on the adjoining property, which is a historic landmark. We'll highlight the height, the setback, the impervious surface area, and the loading dock. We have flooding concerns. We've spent a lot of money and time, and Aaron mentioned savings, in repairing the floor that the west side of the building has suffered from as a result of flooding. The grade of the property is such that it, in order to be ADA accessible, is such that the water flow and flooding has been a recurrent issue, and something that there's been much invested into making that repair. So the changes to the impervious surface area, such that there would be virtually 100% impervious surface area next door, we're very concerned about. The light issue is something our written testimony goes into at length. I'll emphasize that the owners of this property posit that they detrimentally relied on the zoning code as it's currently written when constructing the property and making renovations that it did within the past year that were recently completed. That's something that, should there be changes to the zoning code to accommodate the requests, which are significant from the HODC, that would have a market impact on the reliance that was previously made on the zoning code as it exists in its current form. The setback specifically presents subsidence concerns. We understand that there was a soil study completed by the by HODC after the first hearing, but we have not yet seen the results of that. The east setback variations specifically, we're concerned will impact the fragility of the historic landmark. Soil samples can help inform sort of the ability for that subsidence to be mitigated, and we'd like to see those results, and we haven't. The detrimental reliance argument, I'll also add, ties to the light. The owners put in substantial time, thought, and effort into the construction of the second floor renovations to harness light using the lights, the name escapes me, skylights above, thank you, above offices. We've reduced our use of electricity for that exact reason. A height of 5 stories, again, a major variation, which we would posit there are feasible alternatives to, is a market problem. And again, but for the zoning ordinance as it is written in its current form, perhaps there would have been different designs considered and conversations with the architect before that. So the garage and dwelling unit, the written testimony speaks to. The owners have a lot behind the courtyard that is vacant, and there's there are plans to use that lot in a way to contribute to affordable housing, and certainly the light as well. There's plans that are in the works to use that property for solar panels and use solar panels to generate the energy and return it to the grid as needed. The height, again, frustrates that purpose. The plans for that are, the owners are building up their reserves to continue that forward, given the money spent on the flooring and repair from the flooding that we've experienced. When considering the setbacks, we'd also like the commissioners to consider the safety plan to address any worker or employee that is exposed to hazardous materials. We're a small business. We have people who work in the area, some of whom have lung disease, and if COVID is an ongoing concern. But certainly the gargantuan nature of the structure and its size, the development, the noise, the dust, all of that. We've not seen that contemplated by HODC, and we'd like to know more about how the safety of workers and employees at the adjoining property will be accommodated and prioritized. I mentioned at the top of the testimony that we're limited in some ways to the restructuring windows, et cetera, due to the building's historic nature, and that's something we want to emphasize to the commission. It presents unique difficulty for us when we consider any renovation, specifically with flooding. So when presented with the proposal by HODC that there would be a 5-story building next door, no setbacks, 100% impervious surface area plus a loading dock, it makes us sort of, we feel we have a duty and an obligation to preserve the historic nature of our building, and that's something that we take seriously, and it does present unique difficulty for us, and we want it to be heard and understood. The other areas in Evanston that may be better suited for the public interest that this development intends to serve may be a B3 district. There's more space per acre, and its density and height. We offer that to the commission for its consideration as a feasible alternative. It's also closer to mass transit like CTA and Metra. The density argument as well is something that we have concerns about with when you look at the neighborhood. There's Evanston Township High School, there's residential property, bicyclists, pedestrians, I walk to work. The volume of people who will be inhabiting this space will increase exponentially, and we understand the parking is an ongoing concern of other stakeholders involved, and that's something that, again, we think the major variation here doesn't need to be granted. There are ways to address the unique area that this property, where this property exists, that that can contemplate that parking issue, as well as congestion, density, et cetera. I guess I'll close with again, I reiterate that the written testimony is extensive, and these are but a high-level summary of what our concerns are. But the HODC's burden is to prove these items, and that the variations are meet the standards that the commission has to find as a matter of fact that they meet. Its position has been that, at least in our view, remains that any departure of any major variation is, quote, infeasible. That doesn't meet the standard that it's, and the burden it has to, in order to prove that to the commission that these major variations are acceptable. And by that logic, if any variation, any departure of any variation is infeasible, I would encourage the commission to deny all major variations. It seems, again, the flexibility on movement in some areas of the major variation, in our view, was not existent. And so that's a constraint that we find is unfortunate in this proposal, but it seems to be a reality that we've heard again and again. yeah, I think the historic nature, again, when we think about the construction, the noise, the vibrations, the building components, all of that threatened the historic landmark at 1817 Church. These are some of our concerns. They're certainly not all of them, and I would implore the commission to consider the written testimony in full prior to rendering a finding of fact. However, with the testimony I've given, I do think that there's ample evidence to prove that there's certainly a volume of facts that are contrary to a finding that there should be an acceptance of these major variations, and we would recommend that the commission find that there should be a denial of the request for major variations based on the facts presented. So with that, I'd like to turn to the questions that I have for the HODC, if I may, for them to consider. We sent a PowerPoint in advance. I'm not sure if that was received or not. Great, thank you. I also have copies for the commissioners if you want to
Take those. I received the PowerPoint, but not all the commissioners did.
Okay. So if we might just engage in a Q&A, if that's all right. I don't know what you would prefer.
I prefer not to do it that way because I don't want to have just discussions going back and forth. Has Mr. Koenig received a copy of these? Okay, you can. Do you have an extra copy? If not, you can share mine because I have the PowerPoint. At this point, are all of your questions in written format there?
They are.
Okay. Because what I'm going to do then is I have a couple questions for staff. So I'll give Mr. Koenig a chance to kind of look through the questions there since he's just seeing them for the first time. Questions for staff. The B2 district versus the West End Evanston overlay, or West Evanston overlay. Which one are we? The West Evanston overlay district. My understanding from staff memo is that the West Evanston overlay district is what is generating most of the variation requests. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair assessment. The variations that relate to the front yard, build-to zone, the west and east interior side yard setbacks are all West Evanston overlay district requirements. The impervious surface coverage is a West Evanston overlay requirement. The ziggurat setback is also a West Evanston. The variations that are triggered that are not part of the West Evanston overlay relate to the building height. That would still be a variation in the B2, and the loading dock is something that's not required by the West Evanston overlay. That's a base zoning requirement.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Is it Guillen?
Guyan.
Guyan, sorry. I wrote it down, but I couldn't remember how to pronounce it when I wrote it down.
That's okay.
Commissioner Halleck?
My only concern is, and in the interest of time, is that you represent one constituent, and there are lots of people here, and I just don't know if it's proper to give you, you know, how long it's going to take to work through all these questions without hearing.
I'm going to move on to the rest of the public.
You are?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
If I may, we fully recognize we're one stakeholder. We are an adjoining property, but we fully concede we're one stakeholder of what we hope to be many voices heard.
All right. So thank you. I will take public testimony, so that will give the applicant an opportunity to look through the questions that have been presented, and then we'll come back to those. I have several people who have spoken, are signed up to speak. Again, I will remind people to, if you have spoken before on the matter, please do not rehash the exact same argument, because we've heard those. But if there is new testimony or new information that you'd like to share with us, please do that as well. I have several people signed up. I'm going to start with John E. Fuller.
Thank you, committee, for letting me speak. I didn't know you were going to start with me. I wanted to hear what everyone else had to say before I put my 2 cents in. But, you know, I have great respect for those who are opposed to this development, because I've known many of them for many, many years. And they are the eyes, the critical eyes of what's happening in West Evanston. So I have a great respect for them. But I also was looking at it in this way, that you have a team in Pastor Wilson and in Richard Koenig. You have a team of experience there, 40 years for the pastor, and I don't know how many years Richard has been doing this housing development for affordable housing. I'm really concerned about it. Just a little bit of history. For 65 years, I've probably walked past Darrow and Church Street millions of times. In my lifetime, my adult lifetime, I must say that that spot has looked the same for at least 4 decades. And to me, it's a shame when you come and you have a viable person, a viable entity that wants to take something and do something and make something positive out of that land. It just blows my mind that they get so much feedback. I am truly hopeful that we would just stop kicking this can down the road, because it seems like that's what's happening here. Over 2 decades ago, we had money to do something with that lot and put affordable housing, and it was not done. And here we are, 20 years later, standing here talking about a lot that should have affordable housing on it. I think the longer we take, every day, every hour, every minute, every week that we take, and we push this to the side and don't act on it seriously, we're losing our chance for affordable housing there in that ward. So I just truly hope that it meets the 7 standards, and if it doesn't meet the 7 standards, I certainly hope that Mr. Koenig and Reverend Wilson can get together with the other stakeholders and get something done that's very positive for the ward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. The next speaker I have signed up is Stuart Cleland.
Hello, I'm Stuart Cleland. My wife and I have lived at 2145 Maple Avenue since 1988. I'm just speaking in support of the proposal, which seems to me to be an excellent use of resources and available space, and which addresses a serious lack of affordable housing here in Evanston. The proposal is sponsored by 2 impressive entities. Mount Pisgah Ministry has a long and distinguished history of serving religious and community needs, and Housing Opportunity Development Corporation will be an excellent partner for the church and for the city. For 40 years, HODC has worked to make safe housing available to families and to provide housing for seniors so they don't have to move out of the towns where they lived and worked. The corporation has completed 31 affordable housing projects in Cook, Lake, and McHenry counties. I hope that you'll vote to make this one the 32nd. Thank you.
Leslie Shad?
My notes here. I'm Leslie Shad. I'm representing Bird Friendly Evanston. I live at 1110 Judson Avenue in Evanston. Bird Friendly, this will be brief. We have engaged with both of the applicants here, and those discussions have been encouraging at this point, but it's early in the design process, of course. So Bird Friendly Evanston has engaged with the city and developers since 2015 to adjust buildings to be more bird friendly. We're thrilled that the city passed the bird friendly ordinance and continue to work with the city staff and propose developments on how to meet the ordinance requirements. We have two requests. It's very difficult for us, even as just public, to determine if developers are complying with the ordinance, in particular by determining that their buildings meet the threat requirements in the ordinance. The ordinance requires that developers calculate how bird-friendly their building is. For example, concrete is not a threat to birds, but reflective glass or steel is a threat to birds, so they have different ratings. The city ordinance includes a worksheet to make these calculations, and we wonder whether the city could include the completed worksheet in the public packets or in the city webpage as to planned developments or some, not only as to these applicants, but in going forward to make it more transparent whether that ordinance is being complied with. The second question I'd like to ask is that there's a typo on the last page of the ordinance that says that the penalty is 0.75% of the building permit fee. This was tracking as Chicago. It should be 75% of the building permit fee. We've submitted that to the legal department and the sustainability coordinator, but we hope that that gets resolved, and I wanted to say it on the record. Thank you so much for all you're doing. That was it from us.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, would you like to respond to the application of the ordinance?
Sure. The application of the ordinance is applied at the time of building permit, so that worksheet is a requirement as part of their building permit application and is reviewed by staff at that time. And as it pertains to the Scrivener's error that was mentioned, that is being addressed by the city clerk and will be updated on the city's website to reflect the 75%, which was what was intended.
Thank you. The next speaker I have signed up is Carla Sutton. Mr. Sutton?
Good evening, members of the Land Use Commission. I'm Carla Sutton, a stakeholder in this project, and have been a resident for 73 years. This project is very problematic, and I encourage you to not support or forward this to either the Plan Commission or City Council. It does not even meet one of your 7 standards, and I'll review them quite briefly. 1, adverse to neighboring properties. We have in our neighborhood and my block club, the Community Alliance, have done a survey where we used to have 90% of single-family home owners who lived. We're now down to at least 30%. This kind of construction would completely affect us in the use and enjoyment of our property, but in addition, the density. Has there been a soil sample? Has there been a traffic study? You're right between the transfer station and Evanston Township High School. There are no setbacks. And that bus lane where kids have to ride back and forth to school, they have to watch out for trucks turning, and it's a very, very dangerous. It has taken me sometimes over 7 minutes to cross the intersection at Church and Darrell. So we need to have further studies before you go. Secondly, are the variations the intent of the zoning? The zoning is business. This proposal is requesting 14 variances. If that's not problematic as prima facie evidence, I don't know what else is. Number 3, practical difficulty to a peculiar property. It's a peculiar property, all right. And yes, for all these people who do not live in my neighborhood, who are concerned about affordable housing, what I suggest they do is go back to your own community and try to provide it. We have 2 Habitat for Humanities. We have landlords that 80% rent to people who have vouchers. We have 2 homes of Cook County Housing on the corner of Darrell. What more do you expect of us in 1 or 2 blocks? Are we the dumping ground for every project? And how could this be affordable if it's 60% of the income? The income of Evanston is $100,000. That 60% means the person who moved in there would have to earn at least $60,000. Are you kidding me? Number 4, property owner will receive a hardship. I don't know what kind of hardship he's receiving when he's getting the land for free, which is worth $1 million, and the city of Evanston has already passed to give him $4 million without passing the Plan Commission or the City Council. Number 5, purpose variation to have existing income. Well, you're going to have a lot more income when only 4 units out of 40 are be available for vouchers. And each unit cost is approximately $400,000. Do you know how many vacant homes you could buy in the 5th Ward to provide affordable housing for people who need it or assistance for us to stay here? Number 6, difficulty to any person who is within the region. It's extreme, and I've already eliminated that. And I also request at this time that you do not send this proposal, which is called Section 6359, Ordinance 9204 and 9203. Do not recommend this proposal goes any further than to return and close it down like I did 18 years ago, and I will stand here and do it again. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, you certainly can.
You said, one of your statements was that there's too much affordable in this area and that you don't need more affordable like this
I
project.
said proportional. I did not say too much.
Okay, proportionally more than necessary. But then you continue to describe this project in saying that the rents they were charging were not affordable. So which is it?
That's not for me to determine. That's for you and the developer.
I understand, but I heard a conflict in what you said. You said,
where's the conflict?
You said we don't want it because we don't want additional affordable. And then you said,
I did not say I did not want additional affordable. I said we have set the tone in our community and our responsibility as landowners for providing affordable housing for, over my case, the last 50 years. So I don't know where you're getting this discrepancy from.
The next speaker I have, and I'm sorry, I'm going to probably ruin this name because I can't read the writing. Is it Radhika Lutz? Sutz.
Hi, my name is Radhika Sutz, and I'm the owner of 1810, 1812 Darrell. I've been renting a 4 flat for 20 years. And do you want me to tell you the horror stories we've been through? That we on our block have more low-income affordable houses than homeowners. We are the servants of low income. We are for low income. We are not for this building to come in our block where we need commercial spaces. Are we less of a people that we cannot have a bookstore, that we cannot have a coffee shop, that we cannot have a flower shop, that we cannot have a art center in this place? So this proposal, we are for low income. We want scattered sites. I have gone on Zillow and identified many places that these people can make their multi-million-dollar profits. I can read them, but I don't want to take all of your time. I have contacted the real estate agents in the neighborhood. They can provide them these numbers and places, and they can buy. Our alderman is working against us, not with us. I have spoken to him that we can identify these sites, and then we can provide additional low-income housing scattered throughout the area. In 20 years, we have gone through gun violence, through shootings, through drug dealings. We have gone through loitering. We all had a police officers on our speed dial. Yes, I was young and I was stupid when I bought the building, but 20 years down the road, they're gonna come and they're gonna become my competition, and they're gonna wipe all of us out of this area. They can make their millions of profits on an individual sites. They can take the houses in disrepair. They can take the houses that need to be fixed, that they can do something better to the community. 18 years ago, we've been down this road. This is another major trauma that's been introduced to our neighborhood, that we have to go through this again. Why is everybody against a small-time landlord? Why is everybody against a small working person? We have identified what needs to be done in this area. We have done our duty. We have done all of it. Has anyone questioned that 44 units with only 44 parking places? I have a 4-flat. I rent to Section 8. I rent to working poor. There is 11 vehicles. I lived in a communist country. Not even in a communist country. In a post-Second World War time, you were allowed to build a condo for a person to live without a balcony, without an inch of green space. But in the United States of Illinois, in Evanston, this is proposed. In addition, I have been a victim of small-time developer, 1834, Darrow. It was allowed 3 townhouses to be built. The front doors are facing other people's garbage cans on the alley. Is that allowed anywhere else in the Evanston? It is only allowed in our block. And so 200 feet of the alley that this developer profited from did not pay for 1 foot of the alley. You can check it, it's all in the records. 200 feet of the alley paid nothing. And I, who had 50 feet of the alley, was assessed 4 times. And I was the only one who paid for the alley in this block. Enough is enough. How can $22 million for 44 units? Does anyone question? Here, I'm going to read it. 738 Dodge, 1140 square feet, $255,000. 1937 Gray, brick building, beautiful brick building, 2 units, $475,000. Why is this money not used in a better way? How much more can we do? How much more can we give? What do they want from us? And in addition to it, what about this horrifying design of the building? I have a degree in art history. I studied architecture. I would like to meet this Leonardo da Vinci. Has anyone seen corner buildings in Chicago? Chicago, I studied while I lived in Europe about beautiful Chicago architecture. Has anybody seen how the corner buildings can be done? But it's not about it. It's about this corporation profiting. Non-for-profit is profit, let's be clear. Just because you don't have a shareholders and you don't have dividends, it is for profit, and it's for major profit. I would like an explanation. How can a builder who is building for profit, buying a land, paying money back to the bank, how are they building these units and selling them and making profit for half the price? So if you vote for this project, you are voting for each and every one of us to be ruined, for decades of our work to be destroyed. And we are fed up, and we are tired. of this. This is a major trauma that's been reintroduced to us. Do we have to go through this again? This neighborhood, in the last 4 or 5 years, our couple blocks have been better because after 2008, few of the houses have gone into foreclosure in 1700 block. And fortunately, they've been turned into single-family homes. So the ratio of a homeowner and a renter has changed just a small amount, but enough that we can have a breather, that we don't have to watch over our shoulder all the time, you know, who's around us. Please speak to all of the officers. I have so many of them in my phone to see what troubles we've had. And are these people birds? They don't eat. They don't have family members. They don't have grandparents. My low-income tenants have 11 vehicles. They're 45 units. I guess they don't have family members. They don't have guests. They don't have cousins who have been evicted from other properties who are going to move in here. This is all okay. I vote and beg you to ask that this site is dedicated for something meaningful, like a library branch, like a bookstore, like coffee shop, something of that kind. And what about the church? Isn't a church place of worship? No one has anything against the church, but their people what? They're on foot? They come with horse and buggy? They fly in and they just have drones to be, where are they gonna park? So we're gonna have over 200 vehicles up and down 17 and 1800 block of Darrow. Would any of you live next to it? And these fine people, I want to know, do their families live inside these buildings? Did anyone buy a house next to the project that so wholeheartedly believe in? The answer is no. And one should have been my first comment. None of us were notified. I know only of 2 people that live by this lot that they have seen notification. None of us were notified. I get notified from City of Evanston when my neighbor was fixing his basement on Lyons. But I didn't get notified about something major that is going to affect 20 years of my work. So I beg you all to see that we are valuable members of this community. We are the people who serve low income, not to turn against us and not to destroy us in the name of big profit, and to use this money wisely, how we can serve people in need. So I propose to these people, they can make their profits. Let's come to us. Let's identify the properties in the neighborhood that they could be turned into something like that. It is cruel to cluster such a number of poverty in one spot. It is cruel. People with no upward mobility.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Sutz.
you.
Kenny Arrays.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kenya Reza. I live at 1722 Darrow Avenue. I don't have anything prepared, so it's kind of up the top of my head. I thank Radithya that she notified us. This is the first time that I'm hearing about a construction being done right down the street from me. I am concerned about all the traffic, about all the cars. There's already several churches around us, and it's littered with cars every Sunday. Personally, the church, Pisgah, I've never heard of anything being given back to the community. I've never had pastor. I'm neighbor. I've never met you before. Sorry. So to build a bigger church for someone who I don't know, it's kind of No, sorry. Again, I do agree that that empty lot is an eyesore. I do agree that we need to do something to make it better for our community. I am one of the families that have moved in to the foreclosed homes, and I've seen more foreclosed homes being built into family homes. I have great neighbors as a result of that, but I do also live 2 houses down from what was a problem house, affordable house. Raids every other day, shotguns being fired. So for those of you who don't live in our block, I really don't think that they should have an input. They don't have that right next door. I have kids. Affordable housing, I'm for it, but not every other house from me. Sorry. We work hard. We work hard to have our properties, and for them to just come in and not even notify us or be present and say, hey, what do you think? Hey, this is what we're doing. Any ideas? There was no notification. I just knew about that today. So I don't think that's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Smith?
Good evening. My name is Todd Smith. I live at 1920 Asbury. I also own rental property nearby this proposed development. I just have a couple things to add on what my colleagues have said earlier, Raditza and Carlos and others. We support affordable housing, right? But why does all affordable housing have to come to the 5th Ward? There's all these other wards out here, right? So why do they continue to push this to the 5th Ward? We support affordable housing within limits, right? When I say limits, I mean it has to fit in the resident. It can't be some humongous building, some 5-story building that doesn't fit in that neighborhood. If you look up and down Darrow and around Church, there are no buildings that big or that tall. Second thing I would say, who's going to secure this building and have security provided for this building? How's that going to be taken care of, right? Where are these people all going to park? What about the traffic issue? There's many different issues with this building. I mean, I'm all for supporting affordable housing, but let's make some smaller units. Everywhere around the world, they're going away from concentrated homes, right? Projects, basically, right? So why are we looking at putting a project up here in Evanston, right? So why can't we get scattered site housing throughout Evanston to solve this problem, right? There are many issues with this building. First of all, the Strange Loft right across the street has air conditions issues, right? We all know that. We've been battling that for a year, right? So they've done some work to bring it down, but you're willing to put people adjacent to that would live in a bad air quality? I don't think that's a good thing to do. You might as well be like the place where Flint, Michigan, where they have water problems, right? So why do we want to subject people to that, especially our people? The next thing I would say is, why don't we look at how this is being done elsewhere throughout the country to solve the homeless issues and low-income properties, and take advantage of what's been done there instead of trying to recreate the wheel? Because they have a lot of programs in California and other places, so we should be looking at what they've done. A couple other things I'd like to add is, who's going to manage this building, right? Is there going to be an on-site manager for this building? And why would we pay $450,000 a unit for a development of a house? We want people to live in the area, right? And take ownership, and then they'll take more pride in their property and take better care of it. So right now we have the highest level of renters throughout Evanston in the 5th Ward. We want more owners in Evanston as well. So come up with programs that will induce the method that they can afford this, right? So take some of that money that they're talking about building with, and let's give it to people to buy homes or enable them to purchase homes. Okay, that's pretty much all I want to say. But I mean, we fought this building. I don't know how long ago it was. 10 years ago. where we denounced this building, and here it comes back again. And so I don't think it was good then, and I don't think it's good now for the neighborhood. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mustafa Alibhai.
Good evening. This is Mustafa Alibhai. I just moved to the area. I'm living on 1811 Line Street, and it's just a couple of months. But to be very much surprising, you can say, just a couple of months, so much traffic only on one day because of Sunday church. It's a small church, just across my home, and we are having so much problem with it. So I'm not against anybody's, you can say, sort of will or the opportunities they're having for affordable thing. I'm up for it, but I want that to make sure that it's not at the cost of making the existing inhabitants difficult. Because once we shifted to this area, since I came to America, I'm living in Evanston. It's almost 8 years now. And I was living in an apartment, then I bought a house. So we don't want problem to the existing inhabitants of the area. And it's a pretty decent area. Single family homes are there, but a big building, I think, would be a threat to the existing residents over there. I support all the views put by the people who are against this, but I'm not saying that it should not be, but we have to work out something which is working for everybody good. Thank you.
Bruce Baumberger.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Baumberger, 807 Davis Street. A few weeks ago, in my capacity as a member of the Housing Committee of the Evanston Lighthouse Rotary Club, I took time to attend the public meeting coordinated by Bobby Burns. It's a very, very informative session, providing a very detailed explanation of what promises to be a project that will revitalize the neighborhood in the Church Dodge area. If we look at the C&W Market and Foundation, what they're going to be doing, putting in 6 affordable housing apartments. We look at this project with 44 apartments, all sized to deal with families, all at affordable rates, very well planned, on-site coordination, all being done by a very experienced developer. It is very much a win-win for the community. We also wind up...
Enough, please. He has the floor.
Yeah.
He has the floor. Let him speak, please.
We have a good partnership between the church and the Housing Opportunity Development Corporation. It appears to be very well thought out in an area that has excellent support with public transportation, close to the high school. Commercial space is available on the first floor to bring the coffee shop, the bookstore, whatever people in the neighborhood might want to support. So it's a project that supports the council's priority for affordable housing, and it's a good fit for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baumberger. Willie Shaw.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Willie Shaw, and I live at 700 Mulford. I'm not here to speak really pro or con for this project because I really don't know enough about it. But I do know and am very clear that affordable housing is an issue in Evanston. And I see it on a daily basis. I see it when I'm in the store, in a meeting, a social gathering, in our schools. The numbers of African Americans that are in Evanston now has just dwindled year after year after year. Many of the former residents have shared many times with me their stories. I can't afford to live in Evanston. many middle income and former residents talk to me about not being able to get their money's worth in Evanston, and therefore moving to a neighboring suburbs that includes being able to purchase a home and receiving lower property taxes. Additionally, I meet someone often that I haven't seen in a long period of time. After a short greeting, same story. I cannot afford to live in Evanston. That's why you have not seen me. So affordable housing, whether it's where this area is or somewhere else in Evanston, it is necessary that we do something about it in Evanston, particularly if we want to maintain the diversity that we hear and all the time that is something that's desirable in this community. I know a lot of people like research, so I looked at a couple of things, a bit of research for those people that like that. And it says, according to the census report, the largest minority group in Evanston at the time, African American population, was 16,749 in 1990, 16,704 in 2000, and dropped to 13,474 in 2010. One of the previous speakers, believe me, we know about trauma. We know about gentrification. You're not the first one. We've lived it here in Evanston for a long time. The 2010 census showed that a sizable percentage of the city's total number of black residents, at 13,000 or so, all live in a 4 census tract on Evanston's west side. The percentage remained the same as the 2000 census, but is steadily declining almost by 52% from 1990. In a study by both the MacArthur Foundation and the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, both those organizations found that quality housing is tied to children and adults' emotional and behavioral issues. There are mounds of research that shows that increasing accessibility to affordable housing is one of the most cost-effective strategies to reducing intergenerational poverty and increasing economic growth. Affordable housing builds sustainable communities. Development in neighborhoods bring a positive impact on the surrounding communities. It uplifts the residents. It encourages social connection. It reduces overcrowdedness. It attracts businesses, jobs, and it lowers the crime rate. So whatever concessions that we can make, if it's for this development on the church in Darrell area, I hope that we can. If it's another place, that's fine too. But we need to figure out something to do with affordable housing in Evanston, and particularly African American residents who have been displaced the most.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. The final speaker I have signed up tonight is Sue Lolabach. Is Sue here? I saw her earlier. Oh, she's in the back.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sue Lolbach. I work at Connections for the Homeless. I'm the Director of Advocacy for our program called Joining Forces for Affordable Housing. I think I've mentioned before that the level of housing cost burden in Evanston, as well as in the whole region, is overwhelming. Close to half of the people in Evanston are paying more than a third of their income on housing. As Ms. Shaw just said, people of color and people with low incomes are leaving Evanston in droves because they can't afford it. At Joining Forces, we believe that we need more affordable housing in every neighborhood in Evanston. And we also believe we need to use every tool that we have to create more affordable housing. We need scattered site, as was mentioned. We need tiny houses. We need new subsidies. We need Section 8. And we need buildings like the one being talked about tonight. I'm hearing a lot of people make statements tonight, and we hear it all over town whenever there's a development, that I am all for affordable housing, but what we would like to suggest tonight is that for developments like this one that are affordable, they need to be looked at in a way that allows for some flexibility. Joining Forces has been spending the last few years doing a study on Evanston's zoning code, and we have found that its implementation has a really negative impact on the racial and socioeconomic equity in Evanston. What we're seeing is that the code's tendency to preserve the status quo, often in the guise of maintaining the character of the community, is also maintaining the inequities amongst our residents. We're also seeing that throughout Evanston, not everyone has come to terms with the changes that more affordability may necessitate. It will change the look of some of our blocks. It'll change the density. It'll change what kinds of people live in which neighborhoods. We'll be releasing a report on our findings this spring. In the meantime, we believe that this development on Church will provide great change in the level of affordability while having minimal negative impact on the streetscape and a potentially positive impact in terms of economic development opportunities. We hope that you'll support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all the speakers I had signed up this evening. There was somebody whose name was on here, but it appears to have been scratched out, but I don't know if that was the case or if I just couldn't read very up and down signatures. Okay, Ms. Payton.
Good evening. I'm Tina Payton. I live at 1122 Emerson, but I also have 3 properties within blocks of this project. What I want to say first is at the last Housing and Community Development meeting last month, $4 million was approved for this project through HODC. It seems like some people need to start going to the dock. That's Department of Corrections. How do you have a project not approved by this committee? So you are saying if you give them money, $4 million approved by another committee, before it's approved in this committee, something shady is going on. Maybe some orange jumpsuits are in order. Also, I am a housing provider of affordable housing. If some of you don't know me, I'm at almost every meeting possible. My family has provided affordable units, and many in the 5th Ward, for over 50 years. And we have small, scattered sites. We take Housing Authority of Cook County vouchers. We've worked many times for years with Connection for the Homeless, Center of Concern, Catholic Charities, Trilogy, and many more. So I'm not here against affordable housing, as you can see. But this project and this developer is outrageous and should be denied. We have many affordable housing projects here in the 5th Ward that already exist, and we don't need any more. We are saturated. We have all of the high school houses that were built by the students. Not one other neighborhood has a high school home next to you. Do any of you live next to a high school home? Do any of you live in the 5th Ward next to this project? Next to this project. Next to this project is my statement. We have Emerson Square, Jacob Blake. We have a hack building, several hack buildings at Ashland and Foster. We have some on Simpson and Dodge. How many affordable housing is in the 1st Ward? How about the 6th Ward? How about the 7th Ward? Where is the equal affordable housing? We do not need another project like this. How about a bank? Where is the bank? You want to uplift, and we need a bank. How about giving some money to a black bank to give the people who you say need help? Give them a loan so they can buy a house in the neighborhood. This is what we need in the neighborhood, not another project that is not going to help the area. Also, I want to make sure that you address the elephant in the room, that the city is going to donate $1 million vacant lot to the church. That's what the church is asking you to do. See, he said he's not asking for anything but $1 million property. Sure, I would like to get that too. Also, I thought there was going to be another public meeting as well. I thought Chair Rogers said that not only for just a few couple of people in the room and people that live on Davis Street or Maple Street, I don't see the building being built next to their house. So you can't come in here and say, well, I'm on Davis or Maple Street, and I think it's a good project because it's not next to your house. I encourage all of you to drive around the neighborhood and see what's actually going on. How about at Emerson and Jackson? We're going to put a new school and everything. You all tell me when I come in front of you, spot zoning is not right. This is spot zoning too. I won't be long because I know you're going to cut me off. This is a hard pill to swallow for some of you, what I'm about to say. But I don't hold my tongue, as many of you know. I'm tired of white faces using black faces to pass a project. Because this happens over and over again, and if I had more time, I could tell you all about it. I have lived in the same home for 52 years, and my family has been in the same home for 100 plus years. So when you say I don't know my community and I don't know my business, you're out of turn. And I hope, as Ms. Linwall said, that she's going to ask some of the same questions that I asked at the last meeting. I encourage you to vote no, especially since they were awarded $4 million before it was passed here, because that needs to be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Payton.
I'm Roberta Hudson. I live at 1941 Dewey Avenue. Over 25 years ago, the Foster Park Neighbors, this West Side organization, our block that I started, fought for programs that would help our youth. And unfortunately, all the TIF money, all the money that's coming into the city for projects, none of them are for our youth. And that's why we have kids bringing guns to shoot school. That's why the kids are hijacking cars and everything else. No one is looking at our youth. Affordable housing is one thing, but our aldermen have failed us in letting Fifth Ward become a jump spot for affordable housing. They put it across the street from where I live. And before Chief Evanston left, he said he had 97 incidents in that project in 1 year. So don't tell me that affordable housing is going to make things safer, because it hasn't. I'm encouraging you to deny this program, because we need, who owns the land owns the wealth. And our people need to have not just rental, they need to own part of what they're paying for. And that's what no one is doing anything about. We're losing our good citizens. A good doctor friend of mine that lived at 1800 block of Durham said, "I'm leaving. She can't take it anymore. It's bad here," she said. And she left. I'm saying, why don't you study what's going on in our neighborhoods? You're not just throwing junk housing in our neighborhood for the developers to get rich off of. It's not solving the problem. It's not helping the community. The community needs help, and they need to be a part of what is taking place here, and they need say-so of what's happening here. So for you all to continue to just help developers, and the people and the children are screaming for help all across this country, and no one is doing anything about it. And I say, coming from a family of educators, and my sister used to say to me, one of the top 10 teachers in the nation, she says she's taken any kid and been able to turn them around. They don't have to be bad. And 3 or 4 of my sisters are following teaching, and they have been able to change kids and do things for them and counsel them through the summer for math, and don't charge a dime. What happened to that kind of program where we can get support for our kids? And I'm asking you tonight to deny any more affordable housing in the Fifth Ward and do something for our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. I think that's everyone. I would like to say that I've heard I'm sorry, one more person?
No, my apologies. Andrew Futterman, 1738 Darrow. I didn't sign up to speak because I didn't really feel like I had enough information. It seems problematic to say I didn't have enough information when I live, 5 or 6 houses away from this property and wasn't notified. Someone knocked on my door and told me this was happening, so I started looking it up today. I'm absolutely for affordable housing. I'm for affordable housing in my community, in my neighborhood. I'm not for 16 variances. I'm not for a building that's going to take affordable housing and reduce their quality of life even further. I'm not for 46 parking spots for 44 units. My partner was joking with me today, but it's true. On Sundays, we already plan our errands, plan when we leave, around when church is going to be in session, because we know we're not getting parking on that street. I live next to the other church on the other end of the block. It's a problem to me, and it's a problem to me that it sounds like the applicants had a meeting with the attorneys next door. Maybe there was some information there. It sounds like there were some other meetings. I live 5 houses away. Why wasn't I known about any of this? How come I know nothing? I know what's on your website. I see a traffic study that doesn't look at Sunday afternoons. I see, these kind of whitewashed issues that don't address what I really want to know about. I'm an environmental attorney. I work for the United States Environmental Protection Agency. I find it a little problematic. I spend my days fighting environmental justice, and I find it problematic when we have low-income housing and affordable housing going next to a transfer station that's been in violation of its permit since I've lived there every single day, an area that has known air quality issues. That's not the place that you put another environmental justice issue. And Chair, I mean, no disrespect, I fully understand that you are volunteers. I get it. I find it problematic if you admit that you didn't read the written testimony and then are going to vote on something. It feels to me like if there's going to be a vote, written testimony matters. There wasn't a deadline to put that written testimony in. I would, as the attorney did before, I would urge you to read that before you vote. Those things matter.
And I would just like to respond to that dropping something in my mailbox at 11 o'clock, as an attorney,
Is there a deadline?
there is not a deadline, but there is a reasonable expectation. You're welcome. Yes, thank you so much. One more, Mr. Isaac.
Hello, I'm Peter Isaac. I live at the corner of Church and Florence, which is 2 blocks east of this project. I would like to say that I'm fully in support of this project, and I hope that that you support it and that the City Council ultimately approves it. I would also like to echo the sentiments of many of the speakers today and at the last hearing that affordable housing projects and affordable housing doesn't just belong in 1 or 2 areas in Evanston, it belongs everywhere. And so if the city is willing to donate property for a affordable housing project here, it should be willing and looking for other properties throughout the city to donate for the same purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Is that everyone? Going once, twice, 3 times. I thank the public for their testimony. I will say there were a number of issues that are raised that are outside of our purview. I can't control what the alderman does. I can't control some of the affordable housing dollars, those sorts of things. So those issues are raised. They're on the record. I'm hoping City Council will listen to the record, which is all being recorded as we speak. And we'll hear the voices that have been raised concerning those particular issues. Just know that some of those things are outside of what we have control over. I will move at this point. Mr. Koenig has had an opportunity to look through the questions. If you'd like to come up, please. Are they still up on the board? Okay. If you would like to kind of run through the questions that have been asked by the neighbor.
Can you just pull up the slide? Chair, would you like me to go through each question one by one? Would you like to sort of summarize them? I've got some visuals that might help explain some of the questions. I'd just like to know what format you'd appreciate.
I mean, I don't think you need each one specifically. If there's kind of, there were some categories, I think, that kind of were grouped together. So if you'd like to address them that way.
Right. Let's see what page it's on. Regarding the issue of stormwater management, if we could go to slide 8, please. That's showing me how to do that. If it would be helpful, I can address the issue of stormwater management, just as a general. There were questions about, has it been studied, has it been looked at, what are the issues regarding impervious surface? So what was put together by our engineering firm was a plan to make sure that the stormwater would be managed on the site by creating 2 vaults on the site. You can see this in the picture on the screen. You can see up in the top, which would be the north end of the site, there are 2 stormwater detention vaults that would be created that would hold a volume of 4,500 cubic feet, which is about, let's see, 40,000 gallons, which, since I don't know how much 40,000 gallons is, that's about the size of 2 swimming pools. So the issue of creating stormwater management, this would reduce the amount of runoff from the site. Because of the amount of impervious surface that's necessary, that the engineers have put together a plan that would make sure to hold all that water and create these vaults, these underground vaults, all the water would flow into them. It would then slow the release rate of water out into the system. So even though that's impervious surface with the roof and everything that's covered, and the majority of the site being covered, the size of those vaults is sufficient that would hold all that runoff and reduce the amount of stormwater runoff into the overall system.
And just to clarify, this would meet the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District requirements.
Correct. Yes, it would have to meet those MWRD requirements for stormwater retention. The second set of questions, I don't have a slide, but there's a set of questions regarding the historic landmark and the prevention of harm to the neighbor next door and to some of the issues. I mean, the way that we address some of the issues regarding the neighbors, the neighborhood, the impact of construction on the site is by hiring a general contractor who is extremely experienced and knows what they're doing. The firm that we're looking to work with to do the construction is called Skender Construction. They are the 9th largest contractor in the state of Illinois. They're number 28 in the Midwest and one of the top 100 in the nation. So we're hiring an experienced general contractor who knows what they're doing, and it's their job to make sure that the site is protected, that the neighbors are protected, they know construction techniques. I personally don't know that. That's why I hire a good contractor, I hire a good engineer, I hire a good architect. They know what they're doing, and they're able to develop the site and do that in a safe way that protects the neighbors and protects the site.
Just kind of again, I've got a bunch of questions and they kind of fit into some of these. And it really is a kind of a more general one, is how does the proposed design of your, the residential building respect 1817 Church? And then, another kind of question with respect to the setback, which, in the materials that we were provided, you're asking for a 0 west setback. And, the question is, if you were to provide the 5-foot west setback that's adjacent to 1817 Church, how would that 5-foot area be treated? Would it be like a sidewalk access? Would it be permeable pavers, dirt? Obviously, I think it's pretty safe to say that, I don't think very many plants would grow in that width, that area. But, the question is, how would you treat that?
Right. Megan, can you advance? Can somebody advance? Keep going, please. Start with it just for a second. So this is the shape of the building just from behind, so we can see exactly what the shape looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But Megan, if you could go ahead, there's some pictures of the front of the buildings currently. If you go ahead and keep going. One more, please. Next one. One more. Okay. So this is the current situation from left to right. So on the right-hand side of the current building, on the far right-hand side, the 1811 Church, which abuts the 1817 property. The current situation right now is that it is directly up against the property.
Right.
On the middle slide is a picture of the current situation. So the west side of the 1817 property is again up against the neighboring property. And to the left, the far left is what it looks like when there's a gap between the buildings. And that's about a 18-inch gap or so. So our opinion and why we wouldn't want to do a 5-foot setback between the buildings, I think it would create a tremendously unsafe condition. To have a gangway between two buildings that's 5 feet wide, that's sort of a no man's land. I believe it creates an unsafe situation where you wouldn't want that gap between there. I think you want the buildings, they're currently up against each other. The safe way would do it would be have those buildings against each other so you don't have that gap. You don't have the ability for people to go in there, for people to hide. Again, shaded area, you're not going to be able to grow anything. It's not going to be productive. It's not going to be useful. It's not going to be helpful for anybody. So that's why we decided against that.
Yeah. And then, again, the follow-up, obviously, the church would be demolished, and you'd have to do foundations, and clearly the structural integrity, maintaining that of 1817 church is going to be.
That's absolutely.
It's a construction detail and would need to be carefully considered during the.
It was discussed by the engineers that they would do a leverage system so that if there's nothing there, it would be a different construction style, but we'd have to do a lever system where they're building from the middle out so that they're able to protect that building and keep it safe.
Okay, thank you.
That sort of addresses some of the slides in the, I think, the question on the first slide, the first two slides. If there are any other questions specifically, I can go into them a little bit more. But can you go back to about the, let's see, fifth, number slide 6. All right. So if you go quickly between 6 and 7. This is the proposed land swap. So currently, Mount Pisgah Ministry owns if you flip back one, the current, Mount Pisgah Ministry owns the site in yellow. And the plan is once the land comes in from the city, which is the box in red, that's actually 3 parcels, and the Mount Pisgah parcel is 2 parcels, that we'd re-subdivide all those parcels. So if you flip to the next one, please. And that's what the new ownership structure would look like. So it would go from 5 individual parcels to 2 parcels. The parcel on the east is the exact same size that Mount Pisgah Ministry owns right now, except it's slid about 100 and some feet to the east. And a couple of reasons that we decided to do that. One is that under the overlay, it calls for an iconic building to be on the corner. The church meets that qualification of an iconic building, so it helps meet that code. In addition, it also makes a lot of sense with doing the taller building, the residential building, using urban planning standards to build the taller building in the middle of the block, rather than having the taller building at the corner, at the end, put the taller building in the middle of the block, and then go down from there. So meeting those standards, it made a lot of sense. It was a proposal that we decided in Mount Pisgah and HODC working together that's made a lot of sense for both of us. Pastor Wilson has previously described how it was a vision that came to him years and years ago that he would have that site on the east, and so I'm not coercing him to do anything. This is something, and happy to have him come up and explain that, but this is something I think that works best, to have the church again on the corner, the iconic building, and the residential building, mixed-use building there in the middle of the block.
Just a question on that. Was there any discussion about how you might be able to size the parcels a little differently so that you could get more of a setback, both from the street in front and then from the sides? I understand what you're saying about the 5-foot setback and having a gangway. But on the other hand, to think about putting the taller building right next to an adjacent historic building, not only the risk to the building and everything else, but just the impact of the construction itself. What about trying to look at the parcels in a way, I understand trying to get as much use out of the land as possible, but there's also a part of the zoning which talks about complementing that neighborhood. That's hard to do when you take up that much land.
Right. So the agreement with the church was that they would have no less land than what they have right now. So swapping land and having the church end up with less land was not an option. So the size of the building is the size that the size of the parcel that we have there is the size of the existing parcel, just swapping them. So having less or more land, like that's the land that we have to work with. With the size of the building, what we're fitting is also accommodating in sort of an iterative manner the size of the units that we can accommodate. We knew that we wanted to have family-size units. We knew that we wanted to have 2- and 3-bedroom units. We didn't just want to have small units and small studios. So in order to create units that are larger and real family-size units, not squeezed down, not reduced size, but really units that would fit. So the iterative process of looking at the size of a good 2- and 3-bedroom unit and how that would fit on the floor, how it would lay out. You know, as I showed the picture of the T shape of the building, it respects that front where the T shape, it's actually deeper in the back. So the existing building is deeper than our front T is going to be. So we're pulled back from this. So the T is as short as it can be to have those units, double loaded corridor on the sides, but then they come back. And so toward the back of the site, looking at where their garden is in the back and where their patio is in the back, we're creating the ability to have that building pulled in so it creates less shade. It creates less of an impact on their backside of their building. If you can flip towards the back of the packet, you can see we did a shadow study to show what that would look like. At what times a day it would impact the potential back of the site. So there, those two, sometimes these are a little hard to read. It takes a second to sort of look at what they're saying. But their garden right now is behind their building. So that's at the north of the site. So automatically the sun is already being blocked by their building. So clearly building a brand new building on a where there's 2 stories right now, building a 4 or 5 story building up there. So we looked at how much impact it's going to have. We respect the fact we learned about the skylights that they have. Having the skylights will continue to let light in, even if there's shade from the building. That's how skylights work. They let light in no matter what. But we looked at how much shadow will there be that's created. So at the winter solstice, when the sun is the lowest, the skylights would be cleared. The skylights on the west would be cleared by 10:15, and the skylights on the east would be cleared by 11:15 in the morning. If you go to the summer solstice slide, so in the summertime, that backlot, so the sunlight is clearing those, the skylights that they have in their building, completely clearing that backlot and clearing that to the west side of the site by 9:15 in the morning, again by 11:25 in the afternoon. So the sun is not completely blocking them. So whether it's a 3, 4, 5 story building, there's going to be some shade that's going to be created. This is the timing impact. What time of day? When people show up to work at 9 o'clock in the morning, the building will be in sunlight in the mornings.
Did you have a specific target for the number of units, or was that something the city discussed with you in looking at the design and thinking, well, if we shave off a little here, we'll lose a couple of units? But is that an option for reducing the height of that building? I'm looking also at just the neighbors across the alley, you know, and kind of the effect of being able to look up suddenly. Now you've got a 5-story building looking down on you.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a give and take. I've not discussed with the city at all. The city has no impact at all. There's nobody at the city who we would talk with about that. What we're trying to do is create economies of scale with a project that's fundable, buildable, operable. People want to make sure that we can continue to operate. There are lots of questions that were raised about the ability to continue to run and operate a building like this, get it built. So all of those things add into the ability to put together a project like this. 44 is in the current standard of affordable housing in Illinois and throughout the United States, it's 40 to 60 units is pretty typical for an affordable housing project that's financed like this, that the economies of scale work for that, the operations work for that, we're able to have the rents that cover, we're able to have the staffing that's available to do a good job running the buildings. So simply the way to make it shorter would be make it smaller, make fewer units, make studio-sized units instead of 3 bedrooms. I could take a floor off if I replaced all the 3 bedrooms with studios. Again, that's not the population we're trying to serve. That's not who we're trying to help families, right? We could take 2 stories off if we made them all studios. Just make small housing and squeeze everybody into small studio apartments. Again, that's not acceptable to us as a developer and someone who's an advocate for affordable housing. We're trying to reach a goal and trying to reach that balance, right? We're not asking for 6 or 7 stories. We're trying to reach a balance with the number of units, with the size, with the units. Let all those things enter into the equation that we think about as we're putting a project like this together.
I get it. And all I will say is that if you have to jump through so many hoops to get to this point where it's economically feasible, and I understand how important the scale is and the size is to get to where that does happen, you're squeezing it onto a site that may not be the most appropriate for it when you look at the number of zoning variations. It may be that for city council, it's more important to have affordable housing, period, right? They can make that decision.
Public policy, for sure.
They can make that decision because it's a political decision. But for us, looking at the zoning, which is supposed to guide development, it's almost as if we have to throw out what zoning says in order to say that this is a project that passes muster. And so that's why I was curious about what you looked at to try to make that silhouette a little leaner. If you're going to have the height, then you maybe need a setback. Maybe you need to push the 2nd story back, things like that. And I'm trying to understand where you are in that process.
Right, and looking at the front, let me find a slide that we can maybe look at. Try 25, please. That one, please. So I think what we've tried to do architecturally is break up the facade of the building. So on the front side, you talked about having there was a discussion last time about building up to the lot line and the sidewalk right in the front. And staff had asked, and during DAPR would say, can you put planters on the front to add some visual some landscaping? What happens is that pushes us out onto the sidewalk. So that's easy. We can not take staff's recommendation and take off that, so now there's no more blocking of the sidewalk, right? Along there, if you look at the way the entrance is set back, so again, the entrance door underneath where it says 1811 Church Street, that's a setback, so we're not opening the door onto the sidewalk. Our neighbor had said that that's the problem. Sometimes they open the door and they run right into people coming on. So again, visual setting back so that there is a setback at ground level. That's the gray band across there creates that break between the first floor and the upper floors. So there's a visual break going along there. And then looking at the sort of looks like three different sections, right? The gray section on the left, the brown section in the middle, and cream section on the right. The idea of doing that architectural styling was to make the massing look broken up, make the massing look different, adding Juliet balconies, which provides a protrusion, which makes additional visual. And then right in the middle, you can see the top that we've added that outdoor patio up on top that adds the break and adds an outdoor amenity and does all those things. So in order to do the setbacks, you mentioned, couldn't we just set the upper floors back? Well, what that does is it squeezes down the size. It simply makes the sizes of the units smaller. So if we look at the floor plan of the way that the units are laid out, by having that double loaded corridor and by having the number of units that are there, you either cut off parts of units or just completely eliminate units in order to do that setback. So what's the trade-off? The discussion we have is what's the gain? If we lose units or lose sizes of units, it's not worth it because we can do things visually that have that same impression, that have that same impact, and still be able to meet all those things that we're trying to achieve.
I might argue a little bit that as varied as this is, and it's nice to see that a setback still has more of an impact at the street level when you're looking up. And again, that was my question, was can you lose some units and still keep 3-bedroom units? Can your program absorb a little bit more of a push here?
I don't even want to say it, if it goes taller. So the size units that we're looking at, right? So the 1-bedrooms are 650, the 2-bedrooms are 850, and the 3-bedrooms are 1050. Simply squeezing those down and making them all tighter and smaller, I don't think serves justice to the people who are going to be living there. The idea of the size of the units are that they are comfortable units to live in. So simply squeezing them for the fact to try, again, it's the iterative process of what is the advantage of doing it. So if I make a 3-bedroom, instead of 1050, I make it 950, and I squeeze it down by 100 square feet or 250 or 200 square feet or whatever, does that enhance the quality of life of the people that are living there? And I think the trade-off isn't worth it. But
as long as we're talking about facade, I just want to make a point here that I see how you've broken it up two-dimensionally, color, material, but that brick doesn't turn the corner. That material on the upper floor doesn't turn the corner according to your elevations. So if you looked at it from perspective, which is what everybody's going to see walking or driving down the street, it looks like a very thin facade on the front, and the rest of it is not so nice. Just want to make that point.
So we have let me see if I can find another slide that we can look at real quick, just to understand. The next to last slide. That one. Is that what you were talking about?
That doesn't match ours. That we've in our packet. It doesn't. So that shows that the brick turns the corner, and that top material turns the corner, because that's not what's in our in the elevations that we received.
Yeah, so we've continued to try and make improvements. I think the Juliet balconies are also on the wrong side, and I think there were some windows on that side in
Okay, well,
previous
that was the
iterations.
other thing I was going to suggest, it might be nice to have the right elevations when we're reviewing this.
We've continued, since we've had the meetings, we've continued to try and do improvements and do things like that, so I'm sorry we haven't sent those out ahead of time, but that's what we're trying to do, is make those improvements and listen to what people are saying and take that advice in and make the project the best that we can visually.
Since we're talking kind of setbacks at this point, I have some concerns and questions about the rear setback. And the basic question is, why can't you provide the 5-foot rear yard? And in particular, I mean, that's a 16-foot alley, so and you're going to have at least 44, 45 cars coming out of it, and kind of related to that, it's kind of, you see the trash room, how are you going to get your dumpsters out on trash day? Are they going to be sitting in the alley during trash day? I mean, does the trash guys come in and get them? I mean, how
Megan,
does
could you go
that
to 11,
work?
please? 11.
And then kind of on a related note, the traffic study suggested an auto turn study, and I don't know what that is, so if you could explain
You can
that
ask
to
the
me.
expert here.
And then really kind of how the recommended stop and the stop bar would work with the rear alley setback, and just generally the sight lines of pulling in and out of that alley, because it's not just a east-west alley, there's a T. So there's a lot of potential for traffic. So that's the one place. Thank you. I'm pretty concerned that they're really. That's the one place where I think that you may need to provide the required setback.
So because of the comment that you made at the last meeting, we looked at that. Again, we haven't provided this, but this is something that we've been working on since the last meeting and having conversations about what we can do about that. So this shows sort of what you would look like coming down the alley with the building. It's a 16-foot alley. Obviously, the building is on the right. Where the closest to us is the white line there is our part of the building. So we're actually standing sort of just behind our neighbors in the alley. So the gray stripe there is something that we were able to push the building back 30 inches from the 16-foot alley. So we looked at trying to fit the 5 feet. Again, back to the previous conversation, squeezing units down, we were able to squeeze that back and provide that 30 inches. So there's some amount of setback from where it was before. So it's not the full 5 feet, but it's about half of that we know we can make that work, and that's an update that we can provide.
I think that would be very, very helpful.
Yeah, I mean, and part of the other discussion that we had during the meeting with the neighbor was talking with the city about what's possible with traffic calming. Can we do something like putting one of those big reflectors so you can see the cars coming and going? There's not one of those right now for that T intersection. Would it be helpful in talking with the traffic engineers or the city to make that you can only turn one way or the other to reduce the amount of traffic flow coming out? Make it either only a throughway, one way, or that our cars should all turn to the right so they don't go past that T. Like talking with the city, we haven't had the opportunity to do that, but is there a way to make it improve how the flow is going to come out of that garage?
So how far back can you push that, did you say?
It's 30 inches.
30 inches?
I have a question, if possible. I want to expand a little bit what Commissioner Westerberg asked. I was not here last time, but the video that I watched, you were asked whether there are feasibility studies, and you mentioned that this is the only feasible option. Is that correct? Do you have any other feasible options for this lot?
This, I think, is our best option. So we considered a lot of other options to get here. It's an iterative process of figuring out how to get to this point. This meets the goals that we're trying to achieve and what we had submitted in our response to the city back in 2020. This is sort of the type of project that we had proposed, one that serves families, one that would be all affordable, one that would meet the needs of having retail space in on the front along Church Street. So trying to meet all of those competing needs. This is sort of the plan that we ended up on. It provides the retail on the front. It meets the parking requirements, so we don't need a parking variance. It does meet the parking requirements. It meets that need of providing that mix of units. So if we want to change what the goals are of the project, a different project is possible, but it means really changing the structural goals of what we had promised we were trying to do.
Does it mean that other feasible options were not presented to the city? You presented only one? Because I see only
We're
one.
presenting the proposal that we would like to go forward with, yes. We wouldn't, I mean, if I came with multiple proposals, you'd say, well, you're only allowed to come to us with one, right? So I can't come to you and say, hey, pick A, B, or C. I have to come to you with the one that we think is the best.
Well, our standard number 7, and I'm emphasizing on it, is that this should be the least deviation that provides one, or that you are supposed to provide several feasible options so that we can take a look at that. I don't say that this happens, but I just wanted your opinion and your decision to come up with exactly this project. I understand your point. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Commissioner Miranchov, I think that one isn't particularly that we see the plans, it's just that they explore the other options, and then they obviously come to us with the one they think is the best.
Exactly, that's what I meant.
Right, yeah. Just clarifying, thank you. Can we get back to the questions? Sort of. So I think we were on 3 of 5.
We talked about the land swap.
We talked about the land swap, yes.
Talked about the height, talked about the alternatives.
Yep.
Okay. So on to the question 4. So the cost of the project. So the $22 million is the all-in cost of doing the development, and that includes the cost of paying the contractor full wages. We pay Illinois prevailing wages, pay Davis-Bacon wages. So building the building doesn't cost any less. Affordable housing is not affordable to build. It's not affordable to develop. It's expensive to develop. We have to pay all the studies. We have to pay the architects. We have to pay the contractors. We have to pay all those folks. Additional fees, the costs that go into the project that wouldn't necessarily be in a market rate development include reserves. We're required to fund those reserves up front. So the funding sources that we use, I think I talked a little bit about the lasagna financing of funding sources. We talked about the funding from the city. So the main funding source that we get for this project is through the Illinois Housing Development Authority. And it's a funding source called the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, which is how 90% plus of the affordable housing in the United States is built these days, is with this particular funding source. It's a rental housing product. It is able to finance the cost of construction for rental projects, and it covers a significant portion of that cost. So there are fees and cost and reserves and other things that are added into that make it more expensive than market rate housing. Back to the public policy discussion, sort of, you mentioned the city council making a decision. This is how the federal and state government have decided affordable housing is to be financed in the United States. And so we are competitively able to put a project like this forward and get the funding sources that are necessary in order to be able to build it. Again, it's not affordable to build up front. It's affordable to run and operate down the road because the subsidy comes up front, not in the long term. So again, on the funding, it's an all or nothing proposition. I don't sort of get some of the funds and then just go forward and cross my fingers and hope that I can move forward with the project. I'm not allowed to close on the financing until all the sources add up to the total amount of uses that we have available. So there's no sort of I've got all but something and then I can go ahead and go forward and hope I can raise a little bit more money later on. Either I have all of the financing to fund the project and go forward, and we know that all the costs are going to be covered, all the construction costs, all the contingencies, the reserves, the guarantees, the loan fees, the attorney, all those fees are included in that total amount, and we don't go forward until all those costs are included. So there's no sort of hoping that we can go forward and fund the project. There's not the ability to sort of run it and wonder if we're going to be able to get it developed. And there's a cost about, are we getting higher overall management fees as a result of building outside the existing code? Actually, our fees are less because our rents are less. If we're charging half the market rate, we're getting half the amount of management fees that other for-profit or market rate developers are able to get. So we're not making additional money beyond by having more units. Because the rents are lower, we charge a standard management fee for managing our own properties, and we're able to recoup that. But we're the developer. We're building the building. We're getting fees for doing that. But also on the back end, we're actually making less overall, and that's part of what helps make the overall project affordable and keep the rents down for the long term.
Again, I think it would be helpful, you've kind of explained why you need to have a 5-story building and the financing that's involved with that. Could you just explain a little bit about how the development landscape has changed since 2006 when you were proposing a much smaller building. And, you know, and if you remember kind of what those units were like as opposed to these.
Yeah, they were definitely smaller units. They didn't have the mix of larger bedroom sizes that this project has. It also doesn't have, the earlier one did not have retail space, and that was one of the major criticisms for the project, is that it didn't have retail space. And I said, well, the only way you can get retail is to raise the building up and make it taller, but retail underneath, and of course that was one of the reasons that it was shot down. That one also didn't meet the parking requirements, which was another reason that the proposal was shot down. This one actually does meet the parking requirements. We have the number of parking spaces that are required under the code. So adding all those things, if we different parking, different retail, different numbers of units, different sizes of units, all those things add into the overall package.
Sorry, let's get back to the loading dock, if you don't mind. I know it's the same answer, probably, as to why it can't be included, but that really is an issue, especially, I think, both for the church and for the housing. If the idea is that you take away 2 parking spaces on the street and you use those, you're still using something in the street, which is going to have an impact on traffic. There's just no way it can't. The other concern I have is that you're taking away a public spaces which the community could use for the benefit of these structures. Is there a way to have some kind of drop-off area, some kind of delivery area? You are going to need it, and I understand what you may feel that your residents may not require, but I mean, it's people. People order things, people come by to visit, and that community will feel the impact of if there's not enough parking and if there's no place to drop people off.
Right, absolutely, and that's why we are proposing that drop-off area in the front. So we're reducing traffic in the alley and preventing large vehicles from turning in that alley. Can I have my traffic consultant answer your question? Would that be helpful for you? Okay. Justin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Justin Opitz. I was the transportation professional with Kimley Horn. We prepared the traffic and parking study. So we believe that the 2 loading spaces on Church Street provides the best alternative to move forward in terms of requesting the variance from the zoning code and also operationally. So with those 2 loading spaces on Church, I just kind of want to paint a picture in your head here. If you're a family, you're going to church in the morning on Sunday, you have a full car, maybe 6 people in that car. Let's say maybe you're coming from the east, you're traveling west on Church Street. If those spaces are all free parking spaces, and let's say some earlier churchgoers got there and all 8 of them were filled, let's say you were a mom or dad, you had your 2 kids in the car, you also had grandma and grandpa with you. You need to get grandma and grandpa as close as possible to the entrance of this church. Where are you going to park? You're going to be driving west on Church. You're going to essentially see those 8 spaces. If they're all full, where would you park? You're probably going to park closer to the corner of Church and Darrow, potentially disrupt the crosswalk there, or potentially prevent somebody from turning off of Darrow onto Church. If those 2 loading spaces are not there, you may continue west, hit Dodge Street, try to turn north, and then circulate east on Lyons and drive through the neighborhood. We're trying to prevent cut-through traffic and contain traffic to those collector roads, Dodge and Church. So we feel that these 2 loading spaces are really going to provide the best flexibility and opportunity for both the apartment building and the church to essentially operate efficiently. In terms of, handling people that are pulling up and dropping off for church, 2 spaces should be sufficient. They also have the added benefit of working for people who live in the apartment. Those loading spaces could be used for people moving in to the apartment. You could have those trucks pull up, unload, couches, whatever. If that's happening in the alley, that's much closer to the people who are living adjacent to there. You have trucks in the alley, that's less desirable, at least in my opinion. You also have a ton of people ordering Uber Eats potentially. Those cars can, pull into those loading zones, get out, drop off their food, or if residents in the building want to order an Uber or a Lyft or a taxi, if anybody still uses taxis, they could then do that in those loading zones. If you don't have them on Church Street, there's more potential for that loading traffic to move into the alley, to try to find ways into the alley and potentially negatively impact those houses that are immediately north of the building. So again, we feel that these two loading spaces on Church are really providing the most flexibility and will work the best for not only the apartment building and the church, but also the neighbors who live immediately in the area.
What is the impact on those spaces when you open up retail on the ground floor in terms of people trying to come in there?
In terms of like if somebody wanted to patronize the retail and they would park in the loading spaces?
Right.
I think they would, I mean, you could sign it in such a way that it would be designated specifically for the church and the apartment and not the retail, and the retail users could park in the free parking spaces as they could anywhere else in those types of spaces throughout the city.
I understand. And there's, yes, parking across the street. But again, you're using street parking, and I agree for the structure itself, for the way it's built. That's better than nothing. My concern is why couldn't you include loading dock drop-off area on your property so that the street remains free for the community use? That's all.
If the on-street spaces are used for loading, it would be for the use of the entire block. It would not be restricted to a particular business or entity. And I'm not certain that parking services would allow those spaces to be exclusively used for loading 24/7. I think there would be some time restrictions that the spaces would be used for loading, and then otherwise they're used for parking.
And to piggyback on that, other projects more recently, the position of the city is that those spaces would have to be paid if they're being used before deliveries, or it wouldn't just be a dedicated loading zone. That's something that the city has historically not provided for uses. So.
I think we have just a couple more questions to try to get through. I think there were some questions about Mount Pisgah's funding, which I don't think you can answer because, if I'm correct, these are two totally separate issues. So, Pastor, I don't know if you'd like to come up and just kind of talk very briefly about how Mount Pisgah plans to fund their portion of the project.
Yes, thank you so very much for the opportunity. I was asked this question in one of our meetings that no one knew about, apparently. I think it was Ms. Payton who asked the question, how much money does the church have? And because she's not a member of the church, she's not privy to that information. And that same thing applies to everyone here. We build our church based upon our contributions and our solicitations. How we built the one that, no, we didn't build, but that church that we bought now, the building that we bought back in 1987, we had 12 members. We paid $137,000 cash. We spent another $27,000 cash to prepare the church for the church. We spent another $14,000 to buy pews. And when we finished all of that, we didn't owe anybody a penny. In a year, the building directly adjacent to the east came up for sale, $55,000. We leveraged our building that we had and borrowed $50,000 from the bank. We paid it off at 15-year loan off in 8.5 years. So as we're going into this building project, we're going in with the same way as most churches do. By faith, we believe that God's going to provide our monies, and we are approaching some lending institutions as we speak. We know that if we need to, we're going to try to access those areas. So at this point, that's where we are.
All right, thank you. I think we've touched on The question was raised, and it's kind of included here, on the management of the property. So who will be managing the property, and what will that kind of look like?
So my organization, Housing Opportunity Development Corporation, will be the property manager. So we're the owner, developer, and property manager. We manage all the other developments that we have created. So we have a property management team. I have a group of staff that are property managers, that are the ones who interact with the tenants, who do the leasing and the tenant selection and all that, selecting who the tenants are going to be for the building. We have a team of maintenance personnel who do all the maintenance, the janitorial, the cleaning, the upkeep of the buildings. And then we also have service coordinators, and they're the liaisons that we have that are the linkages between our tenants and the social service agencies that we work with. If people need access to those services, then we have those linkages too. So it's my staff that are doing all that and running all of our properties.
Will they be on site, any of them, or is it off-site management?
Right, so we have two ways to answer that. One is we have an on-site management office so that when you interact with tenants, when the manager's there, they have a space that's physically there on site. And then the other thing that we're doing is we're setting aside one of the units to be an on-site person. It probably won't be a manager. It's typically more a maintenance person or a janitorial person or a service person. They're sort of our eyes and ears there with the building. They let us know what's going on. We have security systems in all the buildings, but it's nice to have a person who's there who works for us to do that, and that's something we're adding to most of our new buildings going forward. So they're our eyes and ears. They do the lockouts late at night. They know what's going on and interact with us. But again, not in a position of authority over tenants who are living there. Sort of the manager's too much of an authority figure, so it's someone who's there to be our eyes and ears.
Okay. Let's move on to 5 of 5 then. A few questions there.
So the parking study was done in January of 2022 during the weekday from 7 to 9 a.m. and from 3 to 6 p.m. And I think that study was included online, so everybody has access to that information. If you haven't seen the traffic study, it's online. In fact, it's in both packets. It's most of both packets. Who are the committed or potential commercial tenants? So at this point, we don't have any tenants that are committed. We are interested in finding, every time we go out and do a presentation, we've done lots of presentations to the community. I'm sorry people haven't had a chance to attend those, but we say we're interested in finding local businesses that will provide a service for the residents who are in that area. We want to have businesses that people are interested in walking to, whether it's a bakery or a bookstore. We've talked with potential users or people who have expressed interest in potentially using the site. But we don't have anybody committed at this point, but we really want it to be an asset to the neighborhood and something that neighbors are interested in being able to use and walk to, as part of their daily routine. We talked about the loading zone, the question about the tenant turnover. So our goal is permanent housing. It's not temporary. All of our tenants in all of our buildings, all affordable housing, they sign a 1-year lease. So we have a detailed tenant selection process that we go through to select who the tenants are going to be. The goal is to select good residents who are interested in being productive members of the community, that they're able to be lease compliant. And so what we find is that most of our tenants stay with us for a really, really long time because the rents are low. And so we have most of our tenants, we have tenants actually who have been with the organization. I've only been here 25 years. And we have tenants who have been at the organization in our buildings longer than I've been here. We have tenants that have been here 5, 8, 10 years. And some tenants stay for a shorter period of time. They simply aren't able to meet the requirements that we have, the expectations for tenants to live there. So we do, on average, have tenants stay for a significant number of years. And then how will we ensure the safety of the loading zone? I think that the idea of the loading zone gives a place for vehicles to stop. We talked about Amazon trucks coming in. If we put the loading zone behind, it adds larger trucks coming down the alley, making more trips up and down the alley. I think having a space for an Amazon truck to drop off, an Uber vehicle to drop off, for someone to come into the shops and use the stores if they need to go on, I think it increases the safety by having that loading zone in the front area, by creating a designated space for cars to pull off the street, to not be parked illegally. We looked at potentially doing something on Darrow, and that's an option if we could figure out how to work out something with the city to make that space on there. But based on what the traffic engineers said, this is the safest, most reasonable place to put the stop where everybody on the block can use that to get their deliveries or whatever else comes in.
Are there other questions for Mr. Koenig at this point? I think we've gone through quite a bit.
So as I think I mentioned before, we did a ton of community meetings. I think you asked how long ago was this original plan sort of put out there. I said 18 months. I was wrong. It was 17 months. That the plan had been put out there. I personally flyered every house back on a nice, cool September day last fall. Every house on the block, up and down Lyons, up and down Darrow. Handed out over 200 flyers and put them on every single door. We had community meetings at the Fifth Ward as early as last August, actually August of 21. We had presented this particular plan. Fifth Ward meetings, other community meetings, meetings at the church, and so we've been a lot of opportunities that we've tried as much as we could to do that outreach. This is something that's really important to us, is to make sure we get that. So I'm personally upset that people haven't had the opportunity through all those mechanisms, articles in the newspaper, all the things that are out there that would help provide, give people notice about what's going on. So we've really tried to do that as much as we possibly could. So wish we could figure out a better way to do that, but we tried as best we could to reach everyone.
Thank you.
So I have lots of other slides, lots of other stuff you want to share. I can answer other questions. Please just let me know what else would be helpful information.
Any other questions? Yeah, I'm going to give you just a minute. Let me make sure that anybody have anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley Guyan, once again, on behalf of Crosby Theodore LLC. I want to reiterate that we didn't get notice either. I didn't state that in my testimony previously, so consistent with the testimony of other stakeholders. As a general matter, these are all very specific questions, and we would like to see more specificity in the responses. Certainly, we appreciate the effort, and we understand the consideration was done at this meeting. But some of the specific questions that we were raised, we would say were not answered in the way that they need in order for the commission to understand the full facts of the case. I want to add that I think there was some mischaracterization about the productivity of the meeting between the Aaron Jackson and the members of HODC and Mount Pisgah. I'm not a structural engineer. I don't posit to be. What I do know is I'd want to see the materials that were completed by the structural engineer to understand better the concern that we raised about subsidence. We have not seen those. The picture that we raised, if the staff could include for questions 3 of 5, the applicant, questions for applicant, slide 3 of 5. That's the one. Thank you. This is the picture on Mount Pisgah's website, and we are wondering why this isn't a feasible alternative. It shows the church as the center property and the HODC on the corner lot. That is currently presented on the website of the nonprofit as of today. And so again, we have questions about why this rendering, well, is still being disseminated if it's infeasible, and why it was determined to be not the option that they wanted to proceed with. So I guess I'll leave that there. The standard that this makes a lot of sense for both of us is not the standard that this commission needs to follow. I want to, that this is the best option. Those aren't, in my view, responses. Those are non-responses. Again, these are specific questions with specific concerns, and we would like specific answers. I would raise objection to the tone of the responses also appear to at least create the impression that the project is already approved, and we have concerns about that as well. I know that's been touched on, but I wanted to reiterate our concern there. Mr. Sutton's calculation earlier about the estimated cost of each unit, it was actually conservative. I think he included the space of the retail property in his determination. It's actually $500,000 per unit construction cost for the development. both developments with the 14 variations. So we're not clear. You could be very happy in a condo in Evanston for that price, and we don't know why. That's sort of the background behind our question. In slide 4 of 5, number 1, and also goes to sort of better understanding the land swap. I'm also not a traffic consultant, but I think I would posit that our experience with traffic in the area, density, bicyclists, general safety concerns are very different from that of the traffic consultant. I don't know if ETHS was in school when they conducted that study in January. So that's a contrary fact to what was presented. The concerns about the vacant lot, certainly we understand the need to solicit folks to use the tenant in a commercial way, but if they remain vacant, the character, the feel of the community, we all know and I think can appreciate of how a vacant lot is a detriment to a community when a lot is left vacant for a substantial period of time. Other wards have had that experience as a result of the pandemic, but also other reasons. So I think that's a preventable concern that HODC can address for the commission. The fact that the parking spaces, 2 spots, should be sufficient. It's the safest and most reasonable option. I guess I don't know that that's true. I think that's one opinion, but it's certainly not a fact in our experience. So I'll reiterate that we recommend that this commission deny all major variations that are requested. The standards here are not to call into question the zoning code as a whole. It's to look at the very specific standards that are set forth 1 through 7. And again, in our written materials, they go into, which are intimately tied with the written testimony, and they must be considered in conjunction with the written testimony. The verbal testimony. My verbal testimony does not stand alone. It's in conjunction with the written testimony. Goes into substantial detail as to why the facts demonstrate that the 7 standards are not met here.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Guyon? Hearing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everyone for sitting through a long meeting. I'd like to kind of...
Chair Rogers, before you close and start deliberations, one thing that was mentioned by the applicant is that they've made changes to their site plan.
I'm not closing.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure before we do that there's clarification on that.
I'm not closing anything yet. I was just going to get a temperature from the board. We've had a lot of back and forth. We've got a lot of questions, not a lot of answers sometimes. We've got answers that aren't necessarily 2 questions. What is the general feeling of the board in terms of what I would like to do? And this is up to the board. I will not be at the next meeting. I cannot be at the meeting on the 22nd. But I would like to take time to look through the information that was presented to us today. I would like to give each the applicant and the neighbor who filed an opportunity to respond to each other. I'm putting deadlines, timelines in for everything, and allow them 10 minutes each for any summation at the next meeting, and then just go right into deliberation. However, I will not be at that meeting, so that puts an onus on Mr. Patel and the rest of you.
When would the commission get revised plans and
that's the thing
elevations?
That's the thing I want to say is, what do we want? So I've written down revised, updated renderings of everything, because what's in our packet isn't the most current, evidently. And any additional any additional information the developer feels he needs to respond to based on these questions. He literally was given these moments before.
Well, including some of the questions that were in the rebuttal that,
yes.
like why is that? What is that other scheme that we just
Right.
we were shown?
Right. literally give them time to put everything in writing, respond for 10 minutes, because I don't want this to have another 2-hour hearing. It doesn't need another 2-hour hearing. But I think there's still a bunch of things out there that we have to tie up in order to make a decision, because I don't feel I can make an informed decision necessarily at this point, because there's just too many questions that are still pending, and I want answers and rebuttals and things like that. But I want to do that in writing, because since we're dealing with attorneys, that's how they like to do this stuff. So I would propose that if we do continue this to the 22nd on our continuation, that any documentation and anything be submitted by February 15th at 5 p.m. so it can go into the packet that would be shared with the public. And so we all have the exact same facts on the table at the exact time, and then a decision be rendered at that meeting. I would give 10 minutes each to the developer and to Ms. Guyan, representing the immediate neighbor, and then we would go into deliberation and render a decision at that point.
Just to clarify, included in the material is the change in the requested rear setback variation?
Any of the
Anything?
changes.
Okay.
So we have the latest plan, we have the latest rendering, we have answers to questions that the developer feels they have to respond to in order to respond to the neighbor, and that the neighbor then, and I would ask that each party share their information with each other. I can't ask the developer to respond to a series of questions that I'm literally throwing in front of him in the middle of a meeting. It's not fair to him to be able to answer those questions thoroughly. So that's why I would like to have that stuff in on the Thursday before. So when you appear here during that 10-minute period, you can respond to anything in particular that's been raised by the other person at that time. I'll get to that in a second. I'm kind of feeling out my board here to see if this is what everybody else, I mean, if everybody else feels they can make a decision right now, then I'll just step away from it. But I don't think that's the sense I'm getting from the rest of the commissioners.
I don't know if this affects anything, but I'm going to have to recuse myself from the vote because I learned some things in this testimony that told me that a close family member may benefit from this project directly, and so
Okay.
I was advised to recuse myself.
That's why you were stepping aside to speak with the attorney and staff. Okay.
I think one thing would be to make sure that we have a quorum for the next meeting, would be, if it's going to be continued to the 22nd.
Right.
The other thing I think that just to, for the record, since we're here tonight, is to have staff clarify the notice that was mailed, I presume, at least once, twice. And what was the radius? It was 500 feet? And you have a list of the addresses that it was sent to?
Correct. Public notice was sent to all property owners within 500 feet. We noticed for the original January hearing, and I did send out a notice for this hearing as well.
Okay. And correct me, Mr. George, but once they're noticed, that is considered notice, once they're there in the mail. So,
Correct.
thank you. So the commissioners who are here, the only one we're missing is Commissioner Huco. I will not be able to be in attendance. Commissioner Halleck will have to recuse himself from this, which takes us down to 7 members being available at most next time. This is a determination case, which means 5. Oh, no, that's right. No, it's not. It's not anymore. It's a recommendation, so we wouldn't have to meet the 5 concurring votes in there. So quick poll, attendance for the next meeting. I realize things occur from time to time, but is everyone's schedule, no one has a planned absence? No.
You can go ahead, and I just have something to add for clarification purposes. The date of submittal for the revised plans by Thursday is not going to be workable for staff to revise the staff report. That's due Friday. So is it possible to have the revised plans Monday?
Mr. Koenig? Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Can we first determine if we're going to vote tonight or not?
Sure. I would move for a continuance to the next meeting. Which would be on the 22nd. That's not an official motion. It's just kind of a let's take the temperature.
Do we know what else is on the 22nd?
There is one other case, which is a text amendment.
So on the 22nd, we currently have the continued from the last vote for the item that was this evening that.
But that's just a vote.
Correct. We also have a zoning text amendment, special use permit, and major variations for a project on Chicago Avenue. And there's been a request to continue a text amendment by the applicant for the Northwestern U2 zone request.
But that's just a
They've requested a continuance, so it'll be included on the agenda that it'll be continued and renoticed.
Right. So there's really two matters of quick business and then one case. But that's why I would also limit testimony at that time for this particular case.
I think it might be helpful to let community members know how we would be handling this on the 22nd, whether there's testimony that they would be allowed to give, or just so everyone is aware of what we'll be doing, maybe. So no testimony from anyone other than the applicant.
I would close testimony at this particular moment, then it could be reopened for 10 minutes for each of the other parties, each of the parties that are involved here.
I have a question. Because, we focused really on the residential portion, but we also have the church as well that we have not. Yeah, and I've got a couple of questions for the pastor with respect to that portion of the project. So I don't know if that should happen tonight or if that should happen next time.
I would prefer to get it out tonight.
Okay.
I mean, it's
If we're-
a little before 11 now.
And
so-
they're pretty simple questions.
All right. Pastor, would you like to come up, please? And
it really has to do, not so much with the requested variations, but I was looking at the plans and I just wanted to clarify. It appears that the access to the third floor Christian education space is only accessed by a stair, not an elevator, or is that going to get revised in the final plans? I just, it seems wrong to build a building that's not fully accessible.
I'm Matt with Suzuki Kid Architects, architect helping Mount Pisgah. So that third level is really considered a mezzanine, so the square footage on that is smaller, under 1,000 square feet, so we aren't required to have two exits. We just need the one stair there for that one space.
Okay, and then I guess, well, you're up there. The variation to provide the occupied space behind the parapet cap, is that maybe a staff question, is that an overlay district requirement? So it's not part of the base zoning? And then I guess the other real comment I have is, while I know that you have to, avoid light pollution from the exterior lights, and the question becomes, are you planning on leaving your building lit all night, or are the lights going to go off at a certain point? I'm sensitive to that because I've got an institutional building kitty corner from my house, and they never turn off their lights, and it can be very distracting. So, since you have, so much glass, especially on the north facade, while it doesn't appear that it's going to directly shine into anybody's window, I, would like to get some comment on, how you're planning on handling not having the light unnecessarily intrude.
Yes, certainly. There's elements on there that would be on all the time for security purposes, but some of the renderings may show where the sanctuary lights wouldn't be on if there's some type of event going on at the church. But
I'm thinking of the rear, and so
in the rear there would, as far as like security lights, those would be on all the time. But as far as some of the interior large lights that you may see in the renderings, those would not be on all night.
We're trying to make sure that we save energy.
Good.
Yeah, and that's something too. We've had conversations with the Bird Friendly Committee, as well as they have concerns there that the lights need to be off at a certain time for migration patterns for the birds.
Well, even when they're not migrating, it's just as
Exactly. But it's multifaceted.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Rogers. Brian George. If the meeting's going to continue past 11 p.m., the vote needs to be taken by the commission.
Do we have to take a vote, or do we only have to take a vote if someone objects?
Let me look at the rules real quick.
Let's continue the meeting, and maybe we can do this in 4 minutes. I don't have anything else to comment.
Any other questions for the pastor or his architect? No. Thank you.
Yes, a vote needs to be taken.
I move that we continue this meeting for the few moments after 11 that we will need necessary to continue this meeting.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And just another thing, if the commission was going to close the testimony tonight just to reopen it at a subsequent meeting, I believe that might require new notice requirements.
Well, then I'm not closing it. I'm not renoticing this thing. Back to the original idea here. Is there a feeling that people have enough information to make a decision on everything this evening?
I do.
I do as well. I did read the entire submission, the entire packet.
All right. Ms. Williams?
My only request is that the applicant for the HODC project specify what has changed, or say that they are proposing what has been shown in renderings this evening, because what you recommend approval on will ultimately go in the packet for City Council, and we do not have revised plans at this point, so we need to know what those changes are.
Okay. Mr. Koenig, would you like to address that?
Should I address that? I'm John Clark, the architect for the HODC project. Since meeting with staff many months ago, we made some changes to the exterior of the building. We added brick and Juliet balconies to one portion of the building, which is shown on the current renderings that Richard showed tonight. I'm not really sure what has been submitted to you.
Can we bring up those renderings, please?
Oh, should I? Am I navigating that, or are they doing it? So the idea of the charcoal brick is to respond to the slate color of the adjacent French Regency. Same color that we had, but we changed the material to brick. Added Juliet balconies. The balconies have repositioned based on the living room positions in plan. So we originally, on the earlier submittal, the balconies were inboard from the corner. Now they're pushed out to the corner because the living room is over on the corner. The brick turns the corner. That's something that we have wanted to do. It was not done before. We're trying to avoid, also we're trying to pull back an inch from the adjacent building because that was requested at Richard's meeting. So we have to work through that. But our goal is to both provide brick to turn the corner so that visually it's continuous, and then also pull back from the adjacent structure on the west. From the original scheme, we added the balcony, the outer deck on the front. So that was on the plans that you've got. We removed the planters. We reduced the setback of the projected canopy. It projects out to 2 feet, but we thought it was dominating the building to the west too much, so we decided to pull it back so that it doesn't. The canopy, by the way, aligns with the banding on the building to the west to continue that line down the street.
Does the canopy extend past the property line?
It does. Currently, it projects out 2 feet from the property line.
Is that an issue for zoning?
I'm going to interrupt for a moment. I'm getting some mutterings from staff here.
I'm confused. The plan that I'm looking at that was in the packet matches that elevation in terms of the materials, the colors, the Juliet balcony. I'm not understanding the comment about the canopy. The plans that I'm looking at do not show a canopy.
The gray band over the retail area projects out slightly from the building.
Not on the plan that was presented in the staff report.
In that case, I think that we should not, I think we should wait until we do have the final materials.
Yeah, it can be flush with the building. So did we show it flush on the?
It's flush.
Okay, we'll leave it flush.
So the planters are gone.
We removed the planters, and then we pulled back 30 inches from the back. 30 inches was as far as we could pull in without losing a bedroom.
Okay. So it's 2.5 feet, if I'm doing my math correctly.
Right. And that's it.
Any changes on the?
You added windows to the north elevation or the south elevation? I'm sorry, west or east elevation?
No.
You did not.
There was a version of the plan that had windows on the west elevation, and those got removed. So there's a version, I don't think it was in the submittal, but there is a version out there that has windows on there. So the changes that you have from what you have in the packet are adding on the west elevation, wrapping the brick around, pulling the back in 30 inches, and then removing the planters from the street level.
So the awning does not project into the public right-of-way, is that correct? The signage band? Yes, no? Correct.
Correct. The plan shows that it's flush with.
Other questions from the commission? If not, at this point, then I will close public record. I will ask if there is a commissioner who would like to go through the standards. I do not feel that I can go through the standards because I don't think I have enough information. I'm I'm hearing lots of kind of on the fly, oh, well, this drawing is going to be this. And I don't feel comfortable approving something like that.
Then I would suggest we continue. We do the continuance. I mean, if any one of us feels they don't have enough information, I think we should continue.
I think that the other issue is that whatever comes from this body that goes to the Planning and Development Committee, we ought to, it ought to be
Complete
complete
and accurate.
and accurate. And I think that at a minimum, we need to have whatever the revised drawings are and the request. I think the only variation, the change is that in number 3, reducing the required rear yard setback from 5 feet to 2.5 feet is, but I think that that's, I think that I don't know that we need to, I certainly don't think we need to take additional testimony necessarily, but we certainly ought to have the correct materials.
What does the rest of the commission feel? I'll entertain a motion to continue with whatever conditions somebody wants to place on that. Like I said, I will not be able to attend on the 22nd, though. So I'm a definite no in terms of attendance.
I'll make a move to continue so that we can see the latest and most complete version of plans and elevations, and so that any additional questions can be addressed by the applicant and the neighbor to the immediate west.
I have a question, though, before we go to this. Is it fair to everyone if we have changed plans and we deliberate only with that and the public had not seen them? How shall we? Can we have the attorney advice on this? Because we are actually changing material substance in the package, and the public will not see that. Is it fair to everyone? That's just a question.
If testimony is kept open, then future comments can be limited just to the changes that are submitted.
I mean, quite often we continue for a specific purpose.
Correct.
So we could continue for the specific purpose of discussion only on the renderings and any changes to the renderings.
Correct.
So it would only reflect the 30-inch change in the back, the
facade and the materials.
Right.
Okay, this could be fair, yeah, if it's only about the changes.
Yeah.
I would agree.
And I think at that point, since you've just closed the testimony, we would have to vote to reopen the testimony, right?
Do we have to vote, or do I just reopen testimony?
Just vote to be safe.
Okay.
How about, I move that we reopen testimony and continue the meeting to February 22nd with respect to changes in setbacks and building materials and facade treatments.
Before there's a second, is there any desire to hear any responses to any of this, anything like that from this commission?
No.
Sensing no, I will let that motion go. I will request a second.
I'll second.
Did you give a date? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay, I'm
February
sorry.
22nd.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was late. Has been moved by Lindwald for a continuance and to reopen public testimony so that testimony can be taken at the meeting on February 22nd regarding to the changes that appear in the renderings that will be presented to this commission at that time. and it has been seconded by Commissioner Westerberg. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I will ask for a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aravallo? Commissioner Halleck?
Commissioner Halleck will not be able to vote on it.
Correct. Commissioner Johnson? Yes. Commissioner Linwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mnuchin?
Yes.
Commissioner Proctel?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
And Chair Rogers?
Yes, with 7 in favor and Commissioner Halleck having to abstain, the motion carries. This matter will be continued until the meeting on the 22nd. Further discussion only on the rendering changes that will be presented.
And then what do we do about the church?
I think we just continue that
that both?
straightforward. So
Okay.
I'll ask for a motion to continue that until February 22nd.
I move that we continue 1801 to 1805 Church Street to February 22nd.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by moved by Lindwald, second by Westerberg. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Aravallo?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson? Yes. Commissioner Linwall?
Yes.
Commissioner Mnuchin?
Yes.
Commissioner Proctel?
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg?
Yes.
Chair Rogers?
Yes, so with a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention for Commissioner Halleck, that matter will also be continued until the meeting on the 22nd. That concludes the new business and old business communication. Anything from staff to report? No. Any public comment? This is a chance where you can talk about things outside of this, any particular project. Seeing no one, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until our meeting on February 22nd at 7 p.m.
I'll move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. We stand adjourned until February 22nd at 7 p.m. in City Council chambers. Thank you, everyone.